All right. So I want to welcome everybody back, everyone who's here playing with us, everyone who's here watching and viewing. And we're gonna jump in a little bit to uh, Weaverdice Moscow. At least our unique one here. So, do we have any questions before we jump on in? Anything we want to clear out? I want to say that I think the last session worked really well. We got a lot of good feedback, and we kind of can anyone how about we do this? Does anyone here want to kind of remind us what happened last time on Weaverdice Moscow and kind of give us a little previously on?
Ooh, a lot of things happened. I can give a short summary. Went to Moscow University, got a Tinker's possibly mega project, or at least some crazy piece of tech out of there to throw at
Tubes. Lots of tubes.
Yes, tubular dude. Threw it at Behemoth.
Jumped into a portal to avoid shockwave.
Yeah.
That was a great thing.
Wasn't it to avoid radioactive shockwave, so like even worse?
No clue.
Everything is radioactive against Behemoth.
Yeah, there were lots of shockwaves, lots of jumping and portals.
Lots of bubbles.
Lots of bubbles, all the bubbles. And we left the portal open until like after the train thing hit the ground, or just before or something, so that our allies could actually get through the portal and not just get wrecked by the train that turned into ash upon hitting the ground.
Yep.
That's because we're kind souls.
Yes.
Yes. And so, yeah, you're all back in your base right now. What does your base kind of look like? Or, kind of describe it a little bit to me. I imagine, it's, I imagine it's kind of personalized a little bit to each of you. But you do have these new capes kind of there. So what do you think, they might see as they kind of come into this sort of what I imagine is your main area?
I think is there like a lab, like a Tinker lab that we that the Tinkers share?
Most certainly.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think it would be like a bit separated because I don't want my thing to burn, but like it would be in the same spot.
There's like just like a thing of duct tape down the center of the room, and like your side of the room's all like neat and like I imagine the aesthetic of your stuff's all like futuristic, and mine's just like I've got like 5 katanas on the wall.
Bubbles just got right in the general room. Bubbles got a bookshelf with just some books on forensics and cop stuff, to help her beat up people who deserve it.
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Nice. So yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No. Sorry, do you want to add something?
Well, Rez is someone where like his room is very private, so a lot of his personal stuff isn't really noticeable, but you can tell that he's had like a bit of a stylistic touch on just the general living quarters. Like there's like little pictures on the walls that he got just to spruce up the place a bit.
Right. Yeah. No, that's nice. And it's probably, on the outside, I imagine it's pretty discreet because, you definitely don't want to be advertising to the government that, capes live here. But so, Oh yeah.
There's also like a literally just like in the middle of the living space, there's just like a multi-million-dollar painting there.
Oh yes, of course. One of your well, that makes sense. Solder's multi-million-dollar painting. Very important.
Yeah.
So, you have all these capes here. You have Gonna sit us, the master minion who, kind of comes in initially, he's one of the first ones in, and, he quickly, is kind of, sprawling and looking around, and you see his minions are kind of, they don't seem to move with him. You probably have seen other masters whose minions are very receptive to them. His aren't. He's kind of, patting all over his body, making sure all his limbs are in one place. And kind of much the very opposite of him is Pustoda, who she is, her armor has been completely, disintegrated at this point. You see, kind of made completely useless. She had this beautiful kind of woodcut of famous Russian women, and now it is, charred and mangled, and she is peeling elements of it off. And you see on her left arm there is this, it looks like all the veins on her arm have been, discolored or blackened, like someone like an elderly person who'd suffered a really bad fall or bruise. It just looks like some really deep tissue damage there. Sovast, the very sort of professional gentleman who with his book is consulting that, obviously, and kind of also glancing around. You can see he's sweating a little bit through his bulletproof mask, and his eyes definitely are. His calm demeanor and sort of composure seems to have definitely broken down a little bit. And then you have Tina Duet, who is she has this large sort of scuba tank on her back, and her minion is sort of flowing into it. She has this liquid minion, but she doesn't seem much worse for wear. She seems to be containing it. And then Tsar Pitstadas, seems very irate and is basically walking up to your group and being like, what the where are we, and oh, this is fucking out of hand already. We need to be. And he seems like he's very anxious and having trouble even forming the words. And he's like, we could have been killed out there.
We weren't.
Even if we could have been, everyone took the same risks.
We're walking around there. Sorvas, this fucking guy, and you can hear this loud whining coming from Tsar. Like, it sounds like someone's putting a thing of tools into a washing machine, and it's kind of coming from his outstretched hand as he points to Zovest. This guy won't tell us anything and says we have to follow you around, that his book doesn't give him all the answers. So I'm curious, what do you want us to do right now? Because apparently, I've just, I'm getting blackmailed. I don't know about the rest of these ones, but I imagine we're all here because we don't want to be. And, people going off half-cocked when there's a giant fucking monster blowing up half the city.
Yeah, Sauter interrupts him and says, I would like for you to shut the fuck up.
He kind of glares at you very intently, and you see his fingers kind of all stretch a little bit.
Bubble reaches out a hand and is just like, "Do you need to sit in the timeout, Bubble?"
Who are you asking specifically? Tsar or Sauter?
The guy who's shouting.
Okay, Tsar. Tsar. Basically, says, "Look, I'm happy to help here, but we need some fucking direction because y'all took that Tinker Tech, that whatever it was, and it seemed to really piss the guy off, and we weren't prepared for it."
Well, we had told you the plan on the way was to use the thing on the guy. I don't know how that got lost in translation unless you just don't know how to speak.
I thought we were waiting for a signal. The rest of us were still back there. We almost got hit by that fucking bus.
Okay, then I'll give you this.
You can see kind of in the background Tina Duet's moving over to Pustoda and looking at her injuries, and Sorvest is kind of approaching right now and is he's standing on your side of the room with all of you kind of glaring at Tsar. Yeah, go ahead.
What's the woman in the wood armor's name?
Pustoda.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go up. I'm gonna be like, all right, I'll think of a signal to give you next time we do something that none of us want to do. I'm gonna go check on your friend there, and I'm gonna walk over to Pustoda.
All right, sure. yeah, you go up to her. You can see Tina's, trying to do, is trying to help out, and seems to be having a rough time of it.
So is she? I can't help with the injuries because I don't really have anything that helps with that, but I can help with the armor.
Sure. If you want to give me a crafting roll, you can try to patch up her armor.
Yeah. I could ask Rez to just give his armor to Pistoda.
That's also an option.
Because Rez has a costume too, yeah?
Yeah, the armor is under my costume.
Okay. I'm gonna be like, hey Rez, this one here I think needs some armor. Your costume should be more than enough for now, yes?
Well, I don't think I'll be able to take much of a hit from that thing, how hard it seemed to hit.
Yeah. And I'm leaning down at Pistoda and be like, all right, I am going to adjust this armor for you. I need you to stand up right now so I can take your measurements.
Sure. And we'll say you do that. Yeah, that's no problem for you to kind of, tune the armor to fit her a little bit better.
Yeah, and yeah. Can I copy over my 3 Behemoth data blocks so that way when she gets near Behemoth, she gets the -6 as well?
You can't make it, so you have to either have it on one or the other. You can't
Okay.
duplicate
Then
the data.
blocks,
It's
the
too
data blocks
sensitive.
are on mine then, but this should at least help.
Yeah, that'll definitely help. That'll give her back the armor that she's lost. So, how many points of armor does the suit typically have?
1.
Okay. Okay, excellent. What about the rest of you?
Bubbles like, I wish he hadn't decided to attack us before we launched the thing. That would have made launching it and getting away just a little bit nicer, don't y'all think?
Sylvester kind of nods, and Zar seems a little bit sullen. But you can see Gusenitas, sort of, start walking a little bit towards you sheepishly, and he says, "The thing, it seemed to know we were closer. Do we know? Like, this thing only has one eye, obviously, but do we know how this thing even sort of works? Like, I think it's, and he kind of nods over to Solder. I think he's kind of like one of them, but I'm not really sure."
Wait, are you it's usually we're gonna like, are you talking about me?
He kind of he's kind of whispering more to them, so I don't actually think you'd hear.
Oh, okay.
He's definitely not trying to reference you specifically.
Okay.
He is being a little bit of a shitheel here.
Bubbles like, whatever he is not human anymore. If we could kill him, that would be lovely, but I don't know about our capability to do that.
Sylvester, kind of says, "Oh wait, say that again."
Bubbles like, it would be whatever he is, he's no longer human. It would be wonderful if we would be able to kill him, but I don't believe we're capable of doing that.
Don't believe we're capable. And he starts immediately flipping through the book, and then he kind of puts his finger on something. I think that we should go and try to reclaim that bit of him that fell off.
That
We
seems
don't-
like a reasonable idea. I'm sure we can figure something out from that.
I think we have a thinker here. We have 2 tinkers. At the very least, if we get it and secure it, back here, that'll be something that we can get to the proper authorities. I know people, but it would definitely help.
Do we want to try exiting by the school again? The portal there should still be up, yes?
Yeah, the portal there should still be functional. In fact, yeah, that one, the one, it doesn't take much to figure out, that the one back at the site was probably damaged or at least destroyed, because you're getting some kind of weird signals back from it when you try to ping it. to get the coordinates.
That and anywhere close enough for him to throw things at us is not a fun place to be.
Is there any place in this city, in that city, that's far enough that that monster cannot throw something at us?
Probably not.
Yasenis, like, well, he didn't throw anything at us when he collapsed that building. I feel like that was probably something aimed at somebody else that we just happened to be downwind of.
Well,
But I mean, yeah, I mean, we took off a whole arm. Like, Sorves, is that something your book's telling us to do? And he kind of nods. I don't know.
Sorvis, can I see the book?
No, the book specifically says I'm not allowed to show any of you the book.
Okay. So it wants the arm. Why does the book want the arm?
It told me to say exactly what I said, that with it, there are people who can study it, and our group especially might be able to get some sort of information out. He says that you and Ivanushka should check some of the trinkets and devices you use to activate the Kenotone Mega Project. They should have some usable information on them. But that's all it says right now. It says I'm not supposed to go to the next few pages until I hear specific words or specific things happen.
That's cute.
Is there? Were my portals destroyed in the thing?
You're getting odd readings from it. You think it's very possible that it could be destroyed. Like, it's not giving you a solid like, typically it gives you like some sort of coordinates, so you know that like it hasn't been moved, or like kind of where it's supposed to be. And now it's kind of giving you some weird readings that might have something to do with like the attack. It might be like physically damaged, or there might be like something in the environment. Like, you've occasionally encountered powers that made it kind of like seem like it was either like out of like actual space, just because they were nearby. But so it's kind of hard to say. You think it's probably like, if nothing's coming back that says it's destroyed, but it very much could be so damaged it's not going to work properly.
Do we have like another mode of production of movement? Do we have another car, something to get out there? Because...
there should have been the portal left by the school, and
oh yeah,
we could steal a vehicle from nearby, or Bubbles do move pretty quickly.
I think I took the portal at the... Wait. I think I did take the portal back at the...
So you do have two portals. So yeah, you don't have the other portal at the school. I believe you have two, because you gave the second team one portal, and then you had one there. I can tell you though that the one that you specifically used is working perfectly fine. It's the one that they used that was basically right on top of the throne train that is doing less fine.
Were we quite a bit away?
You were a significant bit. I mean, you were far enough away from a radioactive throne train is relative. So I would say yes, you were. I mean, you were far enough away. You're not going to have too much of a risk, right? You don't think you're going to step out and immediately be in such heavy amounts of radiation that it'll be a serious issue. But you should be careful, right?
I think I can use the portal back. I should use something to it to eliminate the radiation before we move on, though.
If we have any lead in here, that might be useful.
We know it's radiation?
Do we know it's radiation?
I'll say that you have enough tinker tech around you, and I mean, your tinkers, at the very least, solder has to deal in some low-level microwaves that y'all could get the information from the damage Pistoda has sustained, and kind of the information that, your technology picked up that, yeah, there was radioactive material.
Does your fire glove remove radiation?
No, I also had to leave it in the car. So the fire glove's gone.
Fuck.
I have the bow, though. So it's not as useful, I agree.
I suppose shut off should work.
I might be able to clean that sort of stuff up, Czar says. My explosions, they do something to the area and they kind of reset it. I've dealt with shakers who, change the environment, and my blasts, they don't just destroy it, they kind of overwrite it.
That works.
Should be useful. So we should lick our wounds. Then once we're ready, we know what to do.
Sure thing. So is there anything you want to do between now and trying to get back to the area?
I'm gonna radio up Priam and ask if a red gauntlet has any form of transportation we can borrow.
Yeah, Priam says, depends where you are. We've got some capes around the area, and we might be able to get some. I might be able to get Embryonic down there for a quick bit, but she'll only be able to move you around for a few minutes.
We're at base. Shit hit the fan. We had to teleport back.
No, she's in the city right now. She's getting the wounded out into an underground medical area we have. If you can get to the city, preferably closer to the creature, that's where she's she's saving people from the direct environment there. We might be able to help, but we don't have. But most of our long range transporters are. Well, they're going to other parts of Russia to bring people in.
Understood.
We're trying to get the Siberian crew in as quickly as possible, and, well, it's proved difficult.
Wait, hang on. Do you mean like
the crew from Siberia?
Or do you mean the Siberian?
Red Gauntlet sends some of its more powerful members to, far off areas of Russia where the government can hunt them without causing civilian casualties. So yeah, when they say Siberian capes, they mean literally the capes that they hide in Siberia, not any zebra-striped women.
Okay.
Bubble, do you happen to know whether your power is radiation-proof or not?
Haha, no, but we could find out.
I think so I was like, yeah, there's like a microwave component there. If you could like run a test with a Geiger counter.
Yeah, that's doable. You could bubble a Geiger counter that or some Geiger counter or a trinket that Solder has and send it out there. See what happens.
I'd have to make the trinket.
Yeah, that's a small thing. You can do that in a little bit.
Okay.
You're just modifying some existing tech, probably.
Yeah.
All right.
Bubble could try that.
All right. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. So, yeah. So, Ivanushka, kind of everyone stands at the far end of the room. Solder's holding the Geiger counter. And as Ivanushka opens the portal, Solder throws it up. Bubble Trouble bubbles it, and it goes through the portal in kind of this fluid motion. Solder, you're looking at your probably one of your data trinkets or your heads ups or what have you, and you're kind of. Sorry, what?
Or Halo. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're kind of reading the readouts, and while it's a little bit above normal, it's not so far up that you would expect any serious damage. There's a few spots where like it moves into areas where it's even worse, but you think you kind of have a general idea that like if you step right outside the portal, you're not looking at any serious issues.
All right.
You just have to watch your
baby just radiation for babies. We'll be good.
All right. So.
But are we going to go through the portal?
I'm going to use my whip through the portal to use shut off.
Sure thing. Yeah, no, that works too.
Our body's going to send his minion.
His
AoE.
Yeah, his AoE. Okay, so Czar, reaches into his bag and pulls out a baseball and holds it. He holds it for 2 rounds. He holds it for 2 rounds, and the entire time, you see yellow and gold cracks start threading through the baseball, and then he tosses it outside and waves at you to like close the portal, and you do. And when you open it up, you see that the entire area kind of on the other side of the portal has been almost glassed, like super intense heat, and you also see large scratches on the concrete as though like earthworking vehicles were tearing it up. But he said, he's like, that should be good, and he kind of starts walking out.
All right. I'm gonna run out and I'm gonna gesture for everyone to go by. And once the last person is, out there, I'm gonna pick up the portal.
Sounds good. Yeah, so you get out and you see that you can kind of instantly tell that the one that was basically the other group used was pretty heavily damaged by the train, and you can see parts of the train. Like most of the train seems to have like collapsed, and some parts of it seem to have decayed into dust. But you can see like definitely like a healthy distance away there is this sort of decaying train that is putting off a very large amount of heat. I wouldn't say a large amount of heat, a noticeable amount of heat. But you can see down the way, kind of opposite where you are at. There's it's kind of blocking your path going back the way you came. But if you wanted to go further up the river, you could. Yeah, and you can see that like the van that you were all in, your group's van is untouched because it was a little bit farther up, but the van that Sorvast and Czar's motorcycle are definitely broken.
So Behemoth was on the other side of the bay, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah, he's on the other side of the river. The map isn't entirely up to date. I'm gonna modify it in a little bit, but he's moved actually even farther on. Let me update that really quick for you because that is a good question about where exactly the first is.
It would probably be a good idea to keep the Geiger counter with us just to be safe.
So, you see that like he's actually crossed the river at some point. And he's now saying he's on your side isn't incorrect, but he's not like terribly close to you. I'm gonna give you all a picture here really quick.
So, do we want to move the car, or do we want to just move by bubbles?
So
Our car?
So
Our
you're the little
truck?
blue dot down there, and then he's the red dot up at the top, right? And and you can kind of see over there in the northwest corner of the picture where the train station is that he lost the limb at.
Oh, so you lost the limb on the tracks.
Yeah, he was attacking the trains, and there was a group of military people over there, and that's where the totem pole basically flew to and attacked him, and that's where he lost the limb. So he's moved away from the limb at this point. Unless something else has moved it.
All right, let's kind of just like nod the bubble trouble, and be like, all right, we'll move the bubble carefully. The Geiger counter is going to guide us, and I can just tell everyone just walk in a straight line.
I can only move the bubble more carefully if I'm in it.
Then get in the bubble? You and me get in the bubble then.
But I think I also need to get into the... I'm gonna let a teleporter...
Do you want to give me a teleporter and I take the bubble and solder?
Yeah, suppose. Do we want to get that claw into the base? That's the question.
I imagine a severed limb is less dangerous than the actual creature. Usually you only hear about heads moving after death.
We also need someone to... Yeah, we also need someone to neutralize the area, whether it be me or... I'm sorry, I forgot their name. The one that shoot the blast that makes
Czar.
everything blast.
The
Yeah.
oxygen destroyer?
Yeah, Czar army.
Czar is the explosion striker. Czar is the
yes, okay.
Sorry, Czar is the oxygen destroyer, and then
Custoda is the oxygen destroyer.
Bingo.
Cool. Okay.
So yeah, Czar with me with them, and while the rest stay there, I'm gonna keep the portal open this side. Then we can just meet up back again at base, I suppose. Is that the plan?
If you need minimization of various effects, I can also help with that.
The if there's anything valuable in the, actually, I'll turn to Ivanushka and say, so you're going to teleport back to the base. Can we just get the? We're going to need a lot of room for this chunk. No.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna, I guess, go make space in the base, move the teleporter maybe outside of it, in an alleyway pretty near.
Sure. So you're going to set up the teleporter in an alleyway near here, right?
Well, near our base.
Oh, near your base. I see. Yeah. I'll assume it's
Somewhere
out a little
where-
bit in the country, so maybe you have like a a little bit of a farm
Off
in
in
the
the woods
background.
somewhere?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Okay, that's
a
no
cabin
problem.
in the woods.
Bingo.
Anywhere where it won't appear in the room and just crush things.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Is the arm small enough to fit through the portal? How big can you make the portals?
I'm guessing it's a Schrodinger's portal that grows to fit the size of things it enters.
It has a maximum limit. You couldn't drive a car through it, but you think you could, given the damage that the thing sustained, there might be a smaller portion of it that could be fit in, even if the bulk can't.
Just a hand sticking through the portal.
Yeah. Something along those lines. Yeah, so you're able to move that portal around. Okay, and so what is the exact plan with the Geiger counter and Bubble Trouble and Czar and anyone else?
Wait. Oh, actually, we could ask the masters if their stuff is immune. Do they know if their stuff's immune to radiation?
Gusinitsa says, nods. Tina says, sort of. It gets damaged by a lot of stuff, but it heals super quick. And Sovest says, any damage causes mine to explode very brutally, but I don't think radiation counts. It doesn't have a biology.
Okay, so maybe we can use those to move the arm. And we can, so like, we might not even need to have to get ourselves in danger at all.
Bubbles like, I would prefer that we brought as few people as possible, like actual people. Just so if the thing notices we're stealing its arm, I know I'd be pretty upset if someone were to take my severed arm and run with it.
That's right. They have to be in a certain range, don't they?
What does?
All the masters have to be in a specific range to use their...
None of them have given you that information yet. And if you ask, they'll say, Sovest will say, I can't control it if it leaves my line of sight. It just doesn't do anything. And Gusanitsa says, I can't see through them. I can command them once they leave line of sight, but I'm going blind. And Tina says, mine's as smart as I make it. It can go and do that sort of stuff, but it requires a lot of focus.
Okay, so
We could take Gusanitsa and you, Solder, and me.
that seems like the best idea.
The more bodies to lift it without being actual people would be preferable.
All right,
Sure.
let's do it that then.
Okay, so you three are going to go and try to get across and grab this thing. And so what route are you taking? Are you going, how are you planning on getting over there?
So where in the train yard is it? Like, is it just like out in the open?
You can't see from where you are, right? Like you see there's a train yard and you saw it fall, but there's a lot of buildings like on the other side of the river, right? So you'd have to get over there and probably start looking for it.
Behemoth himself has moved out of the train yard, or is he still like in the area?
He is significantly far out there. So if you look at the little map I sent you in the Damocles chat, you'll see he's that red monster dot at the top there, and you're the blue dot at the bottom. That. Yeah, so he's moved out of there, and that train yard is that kind of grayish brownish
area. Yeah. Okay. So he's a good distance. Coolio.
Yeah, maybe I think we gotta take the long way around just so he doesn't see us. So like we go like northwest past like you see that large building that's on that really long street name?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that looks kind of like a reverse piano. Maybe we go to the left of that and then go around into the train yard.
So go kind of back the way you came down south, and then because there's that bridge. There's a bridge, a little bit down there. Here, let me pull up and.
Wait, we can just bubble across, yeah?
Oh yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
That's
we can bubble across. Okay. Speed is also important. Oh, yeah, we're bubbling the entire as far as we fucking can. Yeah, specifically not on the ground.
Sure. So you want to bubble across just you three or the whole group?
I think it's better to.
How many minions does she have?
Which one? Gusanitsa? He has
Gusanitsa.
He has at this point he only has 2 of the small ones and the big caterpillar.
Okay. It wouldn't take overly long, maybe a couple of minutes, because for the efficient travel to actually be in the bubble with Bubble, either there has to be no way for it to expand and push you out, or you have to be like clinging onto her and force your way in.
Yeah.
So we just make a huge ass bubble, basically.
It goes 8 feet. I can fit anything that fits in 8 feet. 8-foot radius, 8-foot bubble. Let me read this specifically. Yeah, it expands out to 8 feet.
Yeah, so that's an 8-foot radius, I'll say.
Big bubbles.
Big bubbles.
Mm-hmm. And
everyone's just got to hold on tight so they don't get pushed out.
Okay. Yeah. I guess we're riding a caterpillar in the bubble.
All right.
It's like group a cat hug. Bus, but kind of fucked.
All right. So are we doing a group hug here?
Yep.
All right. Everybody go ahead and give me a Brawn 2+ roll. Either that or any other specific role that you think is appropriate to stay balanced and connected to the large group hug to get across this river.
All right. I'm going to try to be on top of it. So I'm going to try to use acrobatics.
Yes, acrobatics.
Do I need to? Yeah.
No. Bubble, you are, of course, fine. You have all the Manton benefits you could possibly want and imagine.
Cool. I just float in the bubble. I'm good. Yeah. We're good here.
Let's see if any of these...
Did we decide everyone was doing it, or are some of us staying behind?
Most people are staying behind? Question mark.
That was what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's just you two, and then it's going to be
Imagine-
Gus and Ita. Okay, and Gus is good.
Yeah, I imagine having everyone else stay behind to like help pull through the arm once we get part of it through.
Sure. Oh,
My
wait.
portal can.
Oh, you mean back at... Okay, I see how you're talking. Okay, sure.
I have a question regarding my portal.
Yep.
It can close. What happens if something is on the two sides when it closes?
Oh, you've had mixed results. You've tried. I imagine you've tried to weaponize that at some point, and it really doesn't seem to work that way. It really just doesn't seem to want to close at all. Like if it absolutely has to, it kind of fizzles out, and the item chooses a side to stay at. You haven't figured out a pattern of which side it stays on. Like you don't think it's based on weight or mass or anything like that, but it's definitely, the technology seems more focused on transportation than any sort of like thing along those lines, if that makes sense. Because it is it's your life perk, so it's definitely super focused on that. But yeah, so the rest of you are going to stay in the actual place itself, and these three people are going to go over across, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to focus on the people who are going across and have a few obstacles to face. Those of you inside, do you have any... If you have any particular things you want to do, I'll basically count this as a little bit of like a downtime action for you to kind of prep or talk to the other members of your team and try to suss out a plan or something along those lines. But we're going to jump back between them, just kind of giving you a heads up of how things will go.
All right. Delta Niner, this is Solder. Tell me where Behemoth is.
Yeah. So you're able to get across, totally no problem, and kind of get on the other side of the river. And the other side of the river is a lot more crowded than this one. It is, covered in, cars that, are having a hard problem, are trying to get through. And so you all land, you're able to find a pretty good spot to land because.
Wait. Can we keep bubbling though?
Oh yeah, sure. If you want to try to just bubble over the whole area, that's totally fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Bubble Trouble. Like maybe we can stay low and like bubble through stuff.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Would staying low. I imagine it would be faster to run.
All right, then
let's run ourselves.
Let's at least get past the cars then before we
get
on foot.
Sure. We can get like towards the station, but once we get to like vicinity, searching and stuff would all be faster ourselves.
Sure. Okay, that makes sense. So you're gonna get kind of up to the station, but or maybe a little bit outside of it. Okay.
Yeah, I imagine a little outside because we don't know where it landed.
Sure, that makes sense. So you all hear a loud sound start up. And initially you're scared because you're reminded of when the building collapsed back at the university. You think it might be another one of Behemoth's attacks, but there's something far more relatable, I should say. As you turn and you see a group of attack helicopters coming from the south and basically making a beeline towards Behemoth. And they're not going to pass directly over you, but they are passing exceedingly close. So, remind me what the exact rules on seeing through your bubble are.
To see through my bubble, it's a DC4 wits check.
Okay. So, you see, so there's 4 of these, helicopters, and, the first 3 are kind of in main formation, and they're moving in quickly. You see missiles, go hot and just start streaming towards Behemoth. They all strike, along Behemoth's back, and you can kind of see his silhouette through the smoke of the buildings he's burning down. And you can kind of see him turn his head suddenly, and just an arc of lightning shoots out from one of his horns. It hits one of these helicopters, bounces to another one, and those two, the first one cooks off. Its fuel tank explodes messily, and the second one almost seems like it's pushed into the ground by the lightning bolt, which keeps striking it. The third one immediately banks off. However, this fourth one seems to be focusing on you. It's kind of stopped, and it's looking over. It's holding back. Perhaps a mixture of fear of what just happened to its other squad members, and also that it seems to have definitely kind of locked onto you. So that being said, what do you do? It's not super close, but probably around 500 feet away. This MiG helicopter is pointing straight at your bubble and kind of vaguely following you. It's not following you like super close, but it definitely, you think, sees you.
They just see a big bubble.
Yes, they just see just the bubble.
Bubbles like does that helicopter look like it's following us?
A little bit. Maybe phone back to the others and say, hey, there's a helicopter here. Can you do something to distract it?
Yeah. So
Right.
so that team phones back to you. The others kind of are all kind of looking at you expectantly. Ivanushka, Rez.
What were you asking? Sorry.
So there's a helicopter, kind of watching Bubble Trouble's bubble and kind of, not doing anything but kind of following it. And Solder and Bubble have asked you to, maybe step in and try to distract this helicopter that's tailing them a little bit. You're I don't know if you're all still on the other side of the river, or if you're back in the or I believe at this point you're back in the safe house. But you kind of get this call on the radio saying they're in a little bit of a pickle. So what do you do?
I'm not sure I have something to help for that.
Do you have
You guys?
Tsar kind of looks at you and's like, does anyone have a big slingshot?
I don't think I have anything that really would apply to a helicopter.
I have arrows that set on fire, but I don't think I can hit the helicopter from that far away.
I could hit the helicopter, but I don't want to attack a helicopter and attract undue attention.
Pistoda, kind of said. So Pistoda's like, I can almost certainly hit it from that range. That shouldn't be an issue. I don't know if I can actually hurt it, but I can hit it.
But what's the issue with an helicopter tailing you? Like, is it doing anything at the moment, or can it be ignored?
We can probably ignore it.
It's a little terrifying.
Bubble looks for like a building.
Sure. You can see buildings.
Like something easily accessed, something that's like partially torn down.
Oh yeah, totally. So there's this big factory right next to the train station that the top of it has been blasted off. Like the smokestacks have been knocked over, and there looks like there's some there's some fires in the roof, and there's also some holes in the roof.
There's some cover inside there?
Yeah, probably. I mean, getting inside might be a little bit of a hairy situation, but to give you some idea of the gravity of the situation, we'll say Bubble's looking down. So, Gusanitsas, taps Solder on the shoulder and points. And Solder, you can see that the underslung Gatling cannon is spinning.
All right. I guess it's bow time. I'm gonna. All right. Let's get inside.
If we're anywhere like off the ground, the only one who's not going to get hurt by falling would be Bubble.
Yes. Well, everyone else would have to make some sort of.
How far off the ground are we?
Most of the rooftops. Because directing this thing between buildings would be ridiculously slow.
Yeah. I'd
So
say
we get to the rooftop and we could go down into it,
yeah.
which is the safest thing. But if we get shot,
Yeah.
they have
That
a
would be
-2 to
pretty-
hit,
They do.
but
They absolutely do.
I could yeah. Okay, let's get to the roof, and then I can. You and Gutsunitsa get down to the limb, and I can cover. Can I hold my bow at full charge, or
In the
must it
bubbles?
shoot? Or must it shoot?
I'll say you can hold it at full charge.
Okay. Okay, then we're gonna get inside. I'll be in a position to cover you, and if I think it's going to fire on you, I will just shoot it down.
Bubbles like alternative plan.
Alternative plan.
You see how the building's like partially broken? She like points to where she's like directing us.
Yes.
I can bubble some rubble and send it flying out, and if it notices any of those, only I can see what's in the bubbles.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're getting at. Yep. Let's try that.
Sure. So are you landing to bubble the things, or are you just trying to do it from a distance?
I have to land. I can't fire through the bubble.
Yeah, I figured that. Okay, fantastic.
So definitely they'll probably get a shot off or two.
Yeah. So let's say you all land, and as soon as you do this thing, you immediately start hearing the roar of this thing. Start shooting at all of you. Let's go ahead and I want all of you to give me. Well, let's actually see how well this thing actually hits you. I'll say that it gets a little bit of a minus because it didn't expect you all to appear. I'm going to need you both to give me defensive rolls against. Give me defense rolls 4 up.
All right. I believe my defense.
It's all up to the dice. I have no bonuses. That's not even the right way to roll with this bot. Was that wrong also?
It's
What's
No,
the command to roll?
It's percentage
percent.
roll.
Percentage. Okay, that makes better.
I should look at
Better.
my armor
Oh.
see if I have the bonus.
Oh boy, Smiley, thank you. 5. The dice bot does not hate my guts, which is
No.
wonderful.
That is good.
Where is my? I'm just looking at the bodysuit. See if I. Come on. Oh, it's the pattern. That's... Okay, so yeah, it's just gonna. Oh my gosh, so bad at this. There we go. Oh, it hits me. Oof, that sucks.
What'd you roll? I didn't see your thing come up.
A 2.
A 2? Okay, yeah,
Oh,
go
are we
ahead.
rolling in Behemoth, in Summer Behemoth?
Wherever you want, but yeah.
Oh, okay, I'll switch.
If
over
you're
to
not rolling in Summer
Behemoth.
Behemoth, tell me your rolls, and just in general, tell me your rolls so I don't have to flip back between.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize we were rolling.
No,
in Summer
that's
Behemoth.
totally fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll switch over. It was a 2.
A 2? Okay, so go ahead and take a moderate pierce.
All right. I'm just gonna armor it.
Okay.
Goodbye, armor.
So yeah, so you
Nice
see, Bubble Trouble, you watch as Solder and Gus, they take hits, and both their armor, kind of, it knocks them back, but they don't seem terribly injured by it. You can see the dents in their armor, or the parts where it knocked it off as they go scrambling for cover behind the smokestacks of this building. Gus's minions immediately start diving around, and the caterpillar basically starts covering Gus to give him protection. So now let's go to your turns. So starting with us, let's start with Bubble. Bubble, you probably had the best landing, so you probably come away with the most action. What do you want to do?
Okay.
Yeah.
Definitely the first thing she's gonna do. The minions it would probably be the best thing to bubble them, keep them safer. I could go up to the helicopter. I couldn't use Solder's bow, could I?
You could try, but if you rolled a 1, it would involve the typical downsides of trying to use a Tinker's Tinker Tech.
You would also take a moderate shock, which you don't want to do.
Yeah, there's also that.
And I'm just gonna tell you, like, I think I have the bow out right now, and I'm like, just go with Kutsunitsa, get the thing, I'll be fine.
No. Solder. Give me a hug. Bubble's gonna like dash to Solder. That's it. She's just running over there.
Sure thing.
Because
Runs a
the
partial
easiest
action?
thing to do.
What are you gonna do with your other action?
She's just gonna move as the partial, and then oh boy. Would it take me a committed to grapple onto him?
And
Onto who,
Bubble
Gus?
Onto Solder.
Grappling onto her is gonna be. I mean, it depends. Like Solder, do you want to be bubbled and grappled, or are you trying to avoid that?
She could tell me the plan. She doesn't need to
Bubbles
run
gonna
at me.
charge.
Okay. You know,
Bubble would
I
be
think...
like. Bubble would be like, I can fly you up there for an easier shot.
Oh, okay. I'm down with that. Yeah, I'm down with that. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, yeah. So then you can run over, you can grab her, and use your bubble to get her up that little bit. Yeah, that's no problem.
Yeah. So we would move 50 feet towards the helicopter.
Okay, sounds good. Solder, it is now your turn. I'm gonna say that the helicopter's moved a little bit closer, so there's only 300 feet between you and the helicopter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm charging up the bow.
Okay, so you're spending the whole round charging it.
Yeah. The bubble's kind of like smoked up because of my armor.
Okay.
So you got to hit me, which I guess would be hitting the bubble. There's like a -2 penalty.
Yeah, which on top of the -2 already, so that's gonna be really hard to fucking hit. Okay, so you see, Gus on the ground, going for cover and moving and and kind of diving for cover there and moving into the building. Meanwhile, this machine gun is still going out and shooting you. So let's see here. So its shots, definitely don't hit any of you. So is it that the shots just puncture the bubble at all, or is the -2 representing that like it's hard to hit the bubble in the first place, or is it representing hitting the people inside the bubbles hard?
So I imagine it's more representative of being hard to puncture the bubbles.
Okay.
Because they also count as like an armor.
Right.
They stop one blow.
So yeah, in that case, like most of the a good half of the shots don't even make it through the bubble. And those that do miss both of you, they're hitting the smoke and going through. So it is now your second turn. Bubble Trouble, what would you like to do?
Can I actually tell her to grab a trinket off my belt and put it on my armor?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, tossing is a free action.
I'll do that then.
Sure thing.
Yeah, and it's gonna repair my armor.
Sounds good. Then you're gonna be able to spend that trinket to get the armor repair. And then what are you gonna do with your action there, Solder?
I mean the 2 more charges, and then tell her, then just shoot the goddamn thing.
So you'll have to wait till the next turn because you're spending both your actions this turn to charge. So you can use the committed action on your next turn to fire a critical.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
all right.
We'll do that then.
So, Gus is doing Gus' thing. Meanwhile, I need both of you to make me a... well, let's see here. Minus that. Both of you need to make me a 2+ defense roll. Yeah.
A 5.
So just don't roll a 1.
This bracket.
Where's the... There we go. 6 + 1. Hey, there we go.
Oh, you can't physically roll one. All right, so yeah, so y'all avoid, another, blast of machine gun fire through this bubble, and now
Ooh,
it is.
so they would hit the bubble.
Yeah, that would hit the bubble.
Okay. So yeah, my action would just be to rebubble us,
Sounds good.
cause pop.
Yeah.
Oof. All right, so there's a little bit of fall there. So I'm gonna ask for. You have to roll something to avoid losing your charge, don't you?
Yeah, let me find it. It's I was gonna say it was a Constitution save, but I've been playing too much Fifth Edition.
I think it's a guts.
So it's not.
Guts.
I'm pretty sure
let
it's
me-
guts.
I should. Where is the bow? Come on, bow. Let's see. No, it's just rolling a die.
Oh, rip, even rougher.
Yeah, it's pretty rough.
All right, well, go for it. What is it?
All right. I have to roll 5 or 6. Nope, lost the shot.
Oof. Yeah. So you fall. You lose that, and yeah, you kind of lose your focus and your ability to charge there. So let's jump over really quick to the folks at the place. So Rez and Ivanushka, I am at. So are you watching this at all, or are you still kind of just in the safe house?
Well, we would be outside because we moved the
Oh yes, outside the
portal.
right. Okay, yeah, but sorry, go ahead.
I'd try and watch it. Like, would it make sense for us to have like cameras on the people?
That's what I'm trying to think about. I'm thinking maybe you might have some body cams on your Tinker Tech, you and Solder. I'll say that makes sense for the sake of allowing you to kind of get a sense of what's going on. Yeah. So this is going less than optimally.
This is, well, yes, this is going less than optimally, but like, I don't actually think I could like it's not going so bad. I need to help right now.
No,
right?
nobody is bleeding out. I
And
guess your standard of when you need to help will be different than mine.
My ability to help are not the best in this situation, so I think I'm gonna leave them be for the moment.
Sure.
Unless something else happens and they get shut down by lightning or some shit.
Sure. What about you, Rez?
I'm thinking the same thing. There's not really much I can do from here, being, a shaker. So I think that what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to just keep an eye on it.
Sure. What about y'all basically have the ability to order around these these other capes to, a certain degree. And I'm also, curious, are you doing anything with them? They're mostly sitting around watching and chatting with each other occasionally. Like they'll whisper, their thoughts on certain things about how fucked up this whole thing is, or about, how, you hear, Tina talk about one time that she had to deal with a chopper similar to that, hunting her down over a small town. They're kind of just talking around that sort of stuff. Are you doing anything there, talking with any of them, or doing anything to that degree?
I, for one, was planning on getting them together and just sort of asking them what they would know about Behemoth, because I don't think my character knows very much.
Sovas doesn't say anything. He seems particularly close-lipped on the subject. Bustoda says, he's an Iranian Case 53 or something along those lines, right? I think that's the general working theory. Zar kind of, says, I'm pretty sure he's Iranian, but I've met Case 53s. I don't think he's one of those. And Tina's like, I think he's probably more similar to, one of our minions, to be honest. I think there's probably someone out there controlling him.
Yeah, I don't think he would be a case 53 because, like, I'm not that well versed on the subject, but those tend to be human to human-ish, and that's not human.
I mean, your solder's pretty humanoid as far as they
Yeah.
go, but I've seen some that are, well, they definitely raise that question.
So while this conversation's going on, I'm going to try to use my presentation pip to sort of steer the direction of the conversation to like strengths and weaknesses by basically just saying, as much as this is an interesting topic of conversation, I'm not sure how much this is going to help in the next, hour or so, or however long we're gonna have to fight this. So we should be brainstorming what we know about strengths, weaknesses, and what kinds of things this can do. It's attacked before, so what have people seen about those prior attacks?
Tina kind of perks up. I still had some scientists. I still had their memories from the Moscow University. It's not the lightning doesn't function like it should. I mean, it functions a little bit, but it seems like, but we saw how it hit those choppers. It shouldn't work like that. I mean, I don't get the specifics, but like, yeah, that it's not functioning like lightning should once it leaves. There's still a level of control.
Uh, the thing, if you hadn't noticed, is clearly fucking tough. It's something made of flesh or stone, and it would have been shattered by that cannon we use.
I saw the news
wouldn't-
reports. They've launched at
It
least.
wouldn't be a thing.
They were launching. I mean, the tanks have been shelling it every chance they get. Once it destroys whatever it's nearby, and they're not worried about hitting civilians, they start just peppering it with T-86 rounds. I don't think this, but none of that seems to even affect it. Like Sauter's shot actually, back there actually caused it to flinch, but none of the conventional military shots cause it, they barely even seem to cause it to turn around.
Then there is the radiation. I'm not sure about that, but it seems potent.
Well, Czar kind of says, well, we're no strangers to radiation. I'm sure that, am I still here? Or was that?
You're still here.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's radiation for sure. If we had, I mean, I definitely wouldn't mind an iodine pill or 12 right about now, or a suit, but at the same time, the radiation seemed to function at least a little bit more regularly than the lightning did. It seemed to stick in the particulates of that train. Probably why it didn't affect the entire area.
That makes sense.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, nothing. He waves it. He puts his hands out to either side, and they start, humming and hissing. And he's like, "Does any of this really fucking make sense?" And then he kind of stops it.
No, it definitely doesn't. All we really know about this thing is that it's tough, it hits hard, and it, I don't know, controls electricity or something.
Something along those lines.
Radiation. Who knows? This thing's got so many tricks up its sleeve, I don't know how we're going to ever prepare for it.
I don't know. Why is it here now, though? That's the better question. I mean, it showed up in Iran, Tina says. Then Sao Paulo, New York, Indonesia, right? I forget that. Sorry, I don't pay attention. But now here, what's the... Like...
Do we know what makes it leave?
Well, that team from America seemed to do well in New York, and they were also there for the Iran incident, weren't they? I forget. I don't. The the Triumvirate or whatever it was. They seem to have some success, but
What about the Golden Man? Is there a way to contact them?
that's a good question. I mean, he's been here before. When he started out, we thought he was, we thought he was with the U.S. or the Brits, but now I don't know. I think there's been enough bad stuff that has happened since then, though. There's been attacks. There's been criminals. There's been, I mean, I think he showed up in Jakarta towards the end, didn't he? But I don't think that. I don't know if there's any way to contact him. That's a question for someone with more power than us. They kind of turn to he kind of looks at Sovast, and Sovast is like just shrugs. I think we need to plan what what we can actually do against this guy, Tina says. I mean, there's got to be some, look, I'm not going to pretend to know what this guy's plan is with the book. And no offense to us, but I don't trust you at all. That being said, like, we have to have something that we can do together.
Well, I don't think many of us are able to really do anything to something that's that strong. I feel like perhaps it would be better to maybe do some damage control. There are fires all over the place. If we're able to put some of those out, minimize the damage, maybe we can help make this battlefield easier to traverse for everyone who can do some damage.
No, that's fair. Oh, sorry, I'm getting... Okay, never mind. All right, so, yeah, I think with that, why don't we jump over to the other group really quick. Solder and Bubble, are you good to continue that sort of angle real quick? I want to at least get through this issue with the MiG before we move on. So yeah, you're back in a bubble. You caught yourself and you're floating. With this, MiG is still basically firing at you. What do you do? We'll say that it's Bubble Trouble's turn. Keep with the theme going.
All right.
Yeah. So last turn, busted the bubble, fell. Definitely, I would have just rebubbled us 50 more feet towards it, and then I'd be like, okay, the moment you're gonna fire, tell me so I can drop the bubble.
All right.
Because shooting through the bubble is dubious.
Yeah. I guess this is the last shot on the bow until she has to go back to the shop and refuck with it. So she's gonna pull and it's like, better not hit us. Yeah.
So you're gonna charge this whole turn?
Yep, gonna charge the whole turn.
All right. Next turn. Didn't hit you that time. Any specific actions, Bubble?
No, I just prepare. I prepare to drop the bubble.
Are you moving closer to this?
We're moving closer to it.
Okay.
Yeah, 20 feet.
Then. All right.
Is there a good view? Do we have a good view of the pilot?
Oh yeah, you can see. It's facing straight at you. Like honestly, if you roll significantly high on your shoots, you will, be able to hit the cockpit for what it's worth.
All right. Let me look at aim for a second. All right, I'm undistracted, so it's 2 dice, not +2. So I was wrong about aim.
Yeah. In Bubbles bubble, you also don't count as moving.
Yeah.
The bubble moves, you kind of just float.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, so you can get the bonus to aiming from that.
Yeah, let me look at the. Is it worth it? Because there's like a trade-off of Okay, how high up
With
are we
base
right now?
skill. We've moved 140 feet straight towards this helicopter.
Okay.
So
But how high up? How high up?
We're probably.
You're probably about
like,
a little bit over 2 stories, I imagine.
Oh, a little bit over 2 stories.
Yeah.
Remind me how fall damage works in this system? Because my fall damage is bad.
Yeah, so you're only falling 1 story, which is going to be bad. Not
In terms of
terrible,
falling?
but
In terms of falling, do they have prepared actions in this system?
they do not. But I'll allow you to use them because I think it doesn't break the system terribly, in my opinion.
Yeah. Just to save the action for something, because dropping the bubble is a free action. To just choose to pop it.
Okay, so yeah. So if you want to hold and like be prepared to bubble as soon as things drop, that's fine. Yeah, that's no problem.
Oh, okay. Oh wait, I think 3 moderate pierces should be enough to to do this. Yeah, so I think it's just going to be
3
partial action.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
3 moderate pierces.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just yeah.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So we're gonna do it like.
Sure. Go ahead and give me a roll to hit with all of your fun aiming bonuses.
Too many fun aiming bonuses. Actually, I don't have. This isn't. I don't have any blocks of data on the chopper because
you don't have any on the chopper.
Well, it's always a 5.
Always a 5. Fantastic. So yeah, you don't hit the cockpit specifically, but you definitely hit the you definitely hit this thing. The shot sinks in, just below the cockpit, kind of straight in, and you can see, both of the pilots inside, turn their heads, and there's a break in the gunner's focus where the machine gun stops firing. Let's see here. Yeah, and so you see, not only that, but you can see it actually it went through most of the chassis and is sticking out, about halfway back when it went in at a little bit of an angle, and you can see them both kind of panicking, and the chopper breaks off and starts flying in a different direction.
Yeah, I'm falling and I'm like, hey, it worked.
Yeah, but you're able to get rebubbled, no problem.
All right.
That said, I'll say, we'll fast forward to the part where you are on the ground near the train station, and we'll say you've met back up with Gus. He's kind of waved you down. Seems pretty intent on getting you out of the air. And
Yep.
As you get down to kind of an abandoned street where there's lots, and there, all the buildings around you are on fire to different levels. He says, I went a little bit ahead and circled back. There's military groups already there. It looks like they're trying to move. It looks like they already have something going on, and they're trying to move the limb.
This sounds like a time for teleporter to interfere. Yeah, I'm gonna radio back and like, teleporter's down. I think we're gonna get into a fight here.
Wait, the teleporter broke.
No, I'm activating the teleporter.
All right. Then I'm guessing we all like go in the line and get ready to arrive.
Yep. So yeah, you all, show up, a few blocks down. Yeah, that's no problem. There, you can see, you're kind of in this large industrial, you've kind of made your way up. And so the portal's been set down kind of at this large industrial factory across these train tracks. So there's about probably 10 train tracks between you and a large, kind of half circle train house, and you can see, sort of there's an area where the trains would come out onto these tracks. And so you can see between there, it looks like there's a military car of some variety. And yeah, you can see what looks like this smoldering piece of Behemoth is sitting there in like this area that, typically there's lots of gravel, between the train tracks, but it's all just melted together into basically asphalt. And you can see them, these soldiers, trying to step over it gingerly, and you can see they're all wearing hazmat suits, and only about half of them are wearing guns. It looks like there's maybe 10 of them in total. Anyone here can give me I was about to say a spot hidden, but an awareness or a wits roll to see what you see. Get any sort of other info.
All right. That's gonna be an awareness from. Does awareness apply?
Yeah, awareness totally applies. Awareness or investigate, I'll even say. Those both sound like good rolls.
2h6. That's gonna be a 5 from me.
Sure. So yeah, you're able to see, it looks like there is something kind of strange over there. There is what looks like a cape, but they're not dressed like a cape. They're wearing sort of a prison jumpsuit. And their head is covered in like a bag. It's like a black bag that you see, kind of that you often see in the pictures leaked by informants from gulags, or military prisons. And they're kind of standing, and there's a soldier behind them, just kind of watching them with a gun, kind of at the ready, pointed at their back.
About how many soldiers are there?
There's probably about 10 in total, maybe 12. They're kind of moving around a bunch, so you would say, yeah, no more than 12.
Who's this? We don't know who this cape is.
None of us recognize her, I'm assuming.
We're kind of just
Yeah,
hiding
there's
off
no
on
recognizable
the side.
features. It's literally someone wearing a black bag for with no eye holes even, and like an orange jumpsuit.
We're just hiding off to the side somewhere, yeah?
Yeah, you're 12 train tracks away, kind of over here. I can kind of move stuff around really quick and show you, but yeah.
Bubbles, like, we could save whoever the person they're aiming guns is at. At is? It would be really trivial to bubble them. Float them away. Maybe talk to them later, recruit them.
I could either make it a bit easier for us to hide, or if everyone stays close to me, I could potentially make it so that the guards are a bit distracted.
Distraction's good. It means they won't be driving away with that thing anytime soon.
I suppose a better way to put it is more mentally slowed.
They have trucks.
Yeah, there's a truck there. You can see that they're, trying to put the arm into. It looks like they're, going around and, there's definitely some thought. You can see them pointing at like ramps and stuff, and trying to figure out how they're going to lift it.
Bubbles, like, we want to let them do the work and then take them out.
I was just thinking the same thing. Did you say something the size of a truck would be able to fit through a portal?
No.
No, couldn't. Yeah, I can't bubble a truck either. Too bigs.
In which case, we'd either have to drive or just get out of the truck.
We could drive it. Or back up really fast and let it slide into a portal. Although, I don't have the driving skills for that myself. Just slide the arm off the back.
So, I think that the best plan should be to just come as fast as possible talk to the cape. Actually, just try and rush and try and attack them. Might be easy, but we aren't the most heavy getters, so.
If I got close, I could send them into the sky. An upwards bubble moves upwards.
I can try to keep us from being noticed.
Although I would prefer if they did the work of moving the thing into the truck.
Why do we need it in the truck, though, if we're just going to throw it into the teleporter?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
This is also true.
I think we just need to... If it gets in the truck, they're going to leave. We don't want them to leave. We need to act.
I mean, not if there's no one driving the truck.
Okay,
Also,
then let's get rid of that problem before it becomes a problem, then.
I could just get into the truck. If they were distracted enough, hop in, drive away.
I'm certain Behemoth would love that.
I'm certain he wouldn't. I'd be very upset as well.
We just want to get this thing in the teleporter.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that, like, how are we gonna... Do we want to sneak it? That's gonna be hard, but actually, with something this big. So, we could try and convince the military, but that's also gonna be an art plan.
Alright,
I think a good idea might be to figure out who this person is, this prisoner they're using, and try to get them then reassess.
Okay. Well, I do have my computer. Can I scan this cape?
Yeah, I'd say you can scan this cape, but you can see that by the time it's going to take some time based on the distance. So if you do, they're going to get the arm into the truck, or at least the arm is not in one clean part. It is, threaded and sort of it's come apart like sort of like a jigsaw puzzle a little bit. So
we only need a portion of the arm.
So yeah,
Correct.
they're going to get.
Do we really want to let the military take any of it, though?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. We just need a portion.
We still
that's what you
shouldn't
think
leave
is
the prisoner
best.
with them.
We still should not leave the prisoner with them.
Of course.
But I can bubble them away, and that should be more than easy enough.
Can you bubble them and a piece of the arm?
She goes to look and see if there's, like, a small enough piece of the arm for her to bubble.
There are smaller portions. At this point, the smallest is about the size of an engine block.
Of an engine block? Oh yeah, I can definitely bubble one of those. Bubbles, like, yeah.
Okay. So
the pieces look small enough, I could deal with one of them.
So let's distract them while you do that. Rez?
Alright, should I do the stealth effect as well as the attention reduction effect?
I think that's perfect.
Yeah.
Alright. So he's gonna start singing sort of under his breath, just a really melancholy, sad song. And he's gonna activate his little stage with attention and sound and light active. So
sounds good.
He's gonna go through to his
go ahead.
teammates and touch everyone first to give them immunity, so that they aren't affected by the attention effect.
Nice. So yeah, so it'll take. I'm gonna say it's gonna take 3 rounds before it's gonna start getting to that area across. So if you want to hang on and just sing for 3 rounds and see if you get noticed. Until then, you can kind of start covering the area, but it'll take 6 rounds to fully cover everybody there if you wanted to wait until that. But by then, people are going to start noticing something's up, if that makes sense.
Okay, that makes sense. And I could potentially move in with people as we head in.
Okay, so you're going to kind of follow the growth of the area and kind of move with it, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Just like as we're moving along, just
Sure.
so that I can support people however we need to.
Excellent. So you all get stealth with an extra 3 pips. So I'm curious. What the 3 pip bonus from stealth is, because you all need to make stealth rolls with said bonus.
I believe I have it up here.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. So, +1 die to rolls. If your sneak is 5+, you cover your tracks. Or you give up your bonus dice to make sure that there's no tracks. And you can also use a full action before making a stealth check to gain an extra +1 to your roll versus things in like a specific
Oh,
direction.
yes, I wrote this one. I forgot. Yes. Okay, fantastic. So yeah, so you get the bonus dice. Yeah, there's the evidence, and then that. So long and short of it, are any of you concerned about leaving evidence behind?
Not
No.
really.
Okay. Then in that case, do you want to be quick about this and like not spend the action to be extra stealthy, or would any of you be interested in basically spending an extra action to be stealthy here? And actually,
Well,
wait, because your thing only
Bubbles gonna be
grows.
quick about this.
Oh yes.
It's 30 feet per turn.
Okay. Right. So you probably wouldn't want to run outside of the area. So you're trying to keep with the area. So basically the question is, I imagine most of you are gonna walk with the area, which would be one action. And then your option is you can do another action, or you can spend that action to get a +1 to your stealth roll.
I just want to get as close as possible without them noticing.
Okay.
So when the bubbles hit the cape, it's out of nowhere. They're suddenly knocked away.
Okay. So let's go. So yeah. So Bubble, what are you doing? You're gonna
The partial action to move with the radius,
Mhm.
and then probably the extra action just to be stealthy.
Sure. Okay. Ivanushka?
Same. I don't care about leaving trash. Extra action to be stealthy.
Okay. Rez?
So I need to spend a partial action talking, so I don't think I even can use the 3rd pip of the full action.
No, but you can use the first one.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna stick with the group while I'm doing this and just keeping up this aura.
Okay. And Solder?
If I use my computer to get a data block on whoever this cape is, do I lose my Behemoth data blocks? They're not in the computer. They're specifically in the bow and the suit.
No, you wouldn't, but I think some of them have limits on how many they can have. So
That's fine. I just need to know more about this cape. That's all I need to know.
yeah, if you
So
gain a data block on him, you'd lose it on one of your others.
Was it on one of my others?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, Behemoth's too good. So yeah. So I can use that to get another.
So you can spend your action then to get a +1 to your stealth roll. So basically, everyone has an extra dice and an extra +1 to their stealth.
Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at this.
And let me know if anyone rolls
my character
less than a 4+, let's say.
I got a 6.
Nice.
So
Looking at Bubble, who wears all black, acts in the night, and does not have any skill at
So
sneaking.
what's the costume? What's the plus concretely?
An extra dice, and then I believe if you use the action, you get an extra +1 to sneak.
And what is it? Is it Dex?
Oh, yeah, I think it's Dex.
Is it Dex?
Or athletic?
It is Dex.
Oh,
If it's
yikes.
Dex, I have a 7 then. Yeah.
7.
So yeah,
Oh,
you're
you're
all
also
super
7.
fucking sneaky, it looks like.
We disappear from time and space.
Clearly. So yeah, so you all are able to get super close to the point where, yeah, you're basically within, 60 feet of the, or, well, not 60 feet. Let's say 100 feet of this squad. You're basically able to get into the, through the back sort of bays of the train yard building. So you're in kind of this shadowed, covered area where the trains would be kept. And there's, this large, double doors that are, partly open, and you can see kind of all that's going on. What do you do?
How many turns has it been?
By this point, probably about 3.
Okay, so on my second turn, I want to activate Perception for myself.
Sure.
Or excuse me, on my third turn.
Yeah. What about the rest of you? You can see they're starting to put the pieces in, and they've gotten most of it in by this point. This cape doesn't seem to have moved at all.
I'm gonna ask Ivanushka, hey, can you make it so their car can't turn on?
Yes.
Great.
That they'll notice though.
Well, we could maybe send the master minions out to distract them.
Bubbles, like, do we want me to just snatch up one of the smaller chunks first?
That also works. We'll see. I want to see how much we can get here.
Zar kind of taps you on the shoulder. This time I want to know exactly what I'm doing. Not like last time.
All right. I think pointing to there's like probably a group of them with guns, yeah?
Yeah.
Hurt only them.
He nods.
If possible.
The others kind of, give you a look almost expectantly. They're kind of curious also what you want them to do.
Basically, we need to take out the people with guns. The people without guns are useful.
Okay.
So, whatever you can do to make sure the people without guns are uninjured, and our cape friend will be acquired by us.
Sorvust asks, how important is not injured?
Very.
Okay. Well.
Could you send it to that group of soldier idiots?
Again, it explodes.
It explodes.
It doesn't do anything else.
Best to keep it here. Maybe as a last resort if shit hits the fan.
Okay.
So, and I turn like, sorry, buddy. Oh, hi, kitty.
All right, so y'all ready for this, or any more planning?
So should I? The question is, should I use shut off? Shut off is basically it's basically clock blocking an area. I could use that on their car, but like they'd fucking notice.
Maybe it's like when if they turn the vehicle on, that's when you should.
All right. I think we're good.
All right. So who's gonna go first?
What's everyone going to do? Just one more time. Because if we plan on doing something super obvious, or if the truck starts moving away,
I think that it's our attackers will attack the truck while we rest in the back and wait, and then if they start their shit, we're gonna stop them.
Do we want Bubble to go for the cape first, or one of the chunks of Behemoth?
I think the cape.
The cape?
The Behemoth chunk seems more important. If the book said the Behemoth chunk, I say the Behemoth chunk.
If we have to choose, that's probably the choice. But if we can get both, I think the Behemoth chunk is a bit easier to collect.
Because if we can just freeze the truck and stop it from moving, the Behemoth chunk can be grabbed moments later.
Fair.
Yeah. Fair.
All right. So who wants to basically? So Weaverdice, you basically pick your own initiative. So who wants to go first?
I should not go first because I don't have any weapons that work right now. So someone else.
That
Most likely, Bubble should go first, because they do have guns pointed at the other cape. If they were suddenly surprised, trigger fingers.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case... Bubble will go first.
Sure thing. Bubble, what do you want to do?
I have the aim skill.
Sounds good.
So I have 4 pips in it.
Nice.
3 pips in it.
Very good.
Yeah, 3. So I'm going to just do the +2 dice.
Sounds good. Yeah, and you're rolling to hit the
The
behemoth
cape.
fragment or the cape. Okay, yep. Go ahead and roll.
That's a 7.
Excellent. Yeah. So you hit this cape and he immediately starts going backwards. I'm gonna say. So who wants to go next? Basically letting you decide your dex order here.
Anybody? Hello?
You can even say if you want one of your other capes to go and do something.
Let's get rid of the other machine gun boys then.
Yeah.
With should I ask to blow up the machine gun dudes again?
Czar.
Yeah, tell Czar machine gun dude time.
All right, sure. Czar, basically just strolls straight out of the area. He immediately starts walking up to one group of soldiers and flipping them the bird with one hand, and with the other, he reaches into his pocket and throws a baseball at them. This whole time, he's been charging it. So you watch as the baseball basically lands in the middle of all of them and then explodes in a giant fireball, easily just as big as the truck. And those of you who are maybe a little bit more perceptive can see that there looks to be something inside of the fireball, sort of like a weird amalgamation of a octopus and a spider, and it grabs various people inside the fireball and flings them out of it as they're being burned up.
I love that.
So 3 of these soldiers basically go down, almost immediately, sprawled all over the place. So what's next?
I suppose we send the minion masters now.
Sure.
Quick question. How many turns have the soldiers been under the effect of my attention effect?
They've probably only just started coming out under it, and probably only about half the squad. You can see they're sort of being dazed and definitely not paying attention around them, which is kind of why y'all are able to do this as much as you are.
Okay. Just checking for the DCs.
Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, let me know about that, because I definitely don't want to forget, because that's kind of a ball of wax. You see Gus and Tina Duet start moving in, and their minions start hassling other soldiers. So you see some of the soldiers in hazmat suits start taking a bit of damage from these minions as they start swarming them and biting them and attacking them, and even the the large caterpillar even goes after one of the ones that Czar hit with his explosion. I'm gonna go ahead and actually give you all kind of an order and start going through this a little bit more. So that's so hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and do this really quick. Bubble solder. Okay, sorry about that. So yeah, Tina, go ahead. Let's say Rez. I'm gonna make it your turn. What do you want to do?
Okay. Well, I don't really have many truly offensive uses of my power. So, I think for one thing, it might be a good idea to look around for a potential weapon because Rez does not actually carry a weapon.
Very fair. You see one of the soldiers knocked down by Czar has dropped an assault rifle. You could go over and grab that, no problem. You think?
Okay. Is it a bad decision? Maybe. But I think I'm going to do it.
Does Russia
I'm
have
gonna-
the unwritten rules on capes? At
Absolutely
this time?
not. No, Russia
Oh,
does
okay.
not use. Yeah, capes use. I mean, yeah, capes use guns here.
True.
Probably not as common because shards don't like them, but there definitely aren't those unwritten rules.
So yeah, I think he's going to sneak over there though, just because. Kind of important that he is not seen, because then the effect would stop. So
Sure. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll then.
Oh no, that's a 2.
Yeah. So as you're moving over, you see, one of the guards on the other side,
Oh wait.
take
Oh
aim
darn
at
it, I forgot to use my perception.
Oh, yeah, go ahead and use that if you want.
Oh, cool. I'll just do the extra die I would have gotten.
No worries, go for it.
Wait, no. Why did I didn't even type 2, did I? I meant to type 1, but okay, that's a 7.
Okay, so you're good. Yeah, they're shooting off. They're much more distracted with Czar than they are with the rest of you. This guy's shooting at Czar, missing. Ivan, I'm gonna put the ball in your court. What do you want to do?
All right. Right. I'm reading my list of abilities because God am I bad at doing stuff that isn't passive. Could I use my grapple to rush into a stray soldier and just go up to him and do an attack?
Yeah. Use your grappling hook to get up and do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're able to grapple, up. You grab onto some nearby, section.
No,
of
I want to grapple into the dude.
Oh, I see. Yeah, give me a dex roll to hit him, and then yeah, you can go straight into the combat with him if you want. There, I'll say that.
All right, dex time. Yes. That's what I get for going for the cool move.
Nice.
Oh, beautiful.
Sorry, what'd you roll? I have a million tabs open, so flipping between
one.
Oh,
At least
right.
it was a free action.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's one of your 3 per round, right?
It's 3 in a fight.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Each time it's a free action.
Okay, so yeah. So what do you want to do instead?
Are we? Can I make take a series of small objects and make a wall guarding us from the big bad guys with the guns?
Absolutely. Yeah, that'll be a full action probably because you're grabbing multiple smalls, but you can absolutely do that and then use your what is it, your lockdown trinket to fortify them or something along those lines.
What? Sorry.
Yeah, you can do that. It'll take a full action if you're grabbing multiple small sort of, destroyed
Yeah.
items around here and do that. That's no problem at all though.
Yeah, that's gonna be my turn.
Okay, fantastic. You're able to do that. So next up is the slave cape here. You all. So some of you might notice. I'm gonna say, I don't know. We'll say all of you notice. One of the guy who was pointing the gun at the cape himself, suddenly, taps something at the end of his gun, and you see a bright red light shoot out from it, and it sweeps over the area, and you then see him, press the trigger, and suddenly the cape in the bubble, you can see this probably better than anyone, turns, raises up his hands, his fingers all, spread like, spider legs, and you just see dozens of kinds of energy start pouring out of them. It pops the bubble, and you see that this is aimed at the rest of you that are still in the train house here. So the question becomes, who's got a 3? No, 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 no. Yes. So Czar's actually. Oh wait, no. Czar and Gus are the only ones. So yeah. So you see. So basically the ends of his fingers. You see all sorts of things. One of them, it looks like there's this burning hot, wave of fire. Another one, you can, feel the cold from, snow blasting out. Another one seems to be arcing with lightning. And they're just, spraying all across this this battlefield. Really, lashing out randomly. But they seem a little bit focused on where this laser pointer is, and Gus seems to take the brunt of the damage. Yeah, and you can see he's gonna take. Well, he's lucky. He only gets blasted straight in the face with a ball of fire. But luckily, his mask helps reduce that quite a bit. And he falls back and starts dropping and rolling. Yeah, and then the other one, Czar. Let's see how bad Czar is. Czar definitely doesn't take it as well, and Czar, you can see, is basically his entire left half is frozen by one of these blasts. So up next, let's see here, soldiers. Okay, so 4 soldiers. I want each of you to make me a defense roll of some kind. Your choice. Be it a 4+.
Oh, okay.
Wait a bit. Defense roll I'm much better at, thankfully. Thank fuck.
I have no bonuses.
I'm just checking. You checked if anyone failed the willpower DC for my attention, right?
Yeah, I'm going through that. It's at
All right, cool.
Yeah,
it starts at 2 and goes
yeah,
up
it
by
goes
1
up.
for each round.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I got a 2.
Okay, so all right, go ahead and take a moderate pierce, but that's it.
Oh, cat wants out.
Ouch.
Rough. What'd you roll?
Do you want me to roll it?
Yeah, go ahead and roll that.
Moderate pierce. That should be it, yeah? Oh, to the torso. Hit vitals. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, rough.
Yeah. Out.
All right.
Oh, and that drops by 2.
Wait, don't you have armor?
I have leg armor.
Rough. Let's see.
Bubbles all about that sneakiness, and armor doesn't.
Not getting into gunfights with Russian military.
Not getting into gunfights.
Well,
yeah, that's some 0 in brawn as of right now.
does 0 in brawn
Just
lead to anything really
0
nasty?
pips.
I feel like
-3. Beautiful.
Does anyone know what a 0 in brawn mechanically relates to? Because each of the zeros
It needs
means
to roll to
something.
lift anything,
Okay, you got to roll to lift anything.
I think. Something like that.
I don't believe there are any things
Yeah,
for hitting a negative stat or
It's
Only if you hit
endurance.
guts, I think. If you hit negative guts, I
Yeah.
think you start dying. But you're good on that because guts only drops by 1. All right. That being said, so that's it for that. Bubble, it is now your turn. Luckily enough, so you get some response.
Cool. Give me just a sec. I'm marking down. The wound. Okay. So Laser Pointer was the one who messed this all up.
Yeah.
Can I shoot him in the face with my bow and arrow? I want to shoot him with my bow and arrow.
You absolutely can shoot him with your bow and arrow. Go for it.
Actually, it'd probably be easier to just... No. My crossbow's better. That can at least deal with any armor Boyle might have.
Wait, you have a bow and arrow?
I have a longbow and a crossbow.
I kind of need one of those because I don't have anything right now.
You can definitely just take one. They're kind of just sitting there on her open duffel bag. She just reaches in, pulls out a crossbow.
Dope.
Nice. Give me a shoot roll.
Gosh. A -1 to my dexterity. That's so upsetting. That is a 4.
4? That's enough.
Mhm.
All right. Roll damage, whatever it is, and I'll apply it.
Damage with the bow. It should be a moderate pierce, because I'm not
it
using
should be a
any
moderate
special
pierce.
arrows.
Now you get to return the favor. Go ahead and roll me a moderate pierce again.
Yeah. Hooray. Torso, hit vitals.
Nice. So yeah. He shoots you in the chest. You shoot him in the chest. It's all and if we were in pact, all the karma would be balanced.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
All right, fantastic. Gus, the 2 minions are going around harassing people, and the giant caterpillar is literally going up person by person and stomping on them until it breaks something, and then moving on to the next person. So you see it, basically go up to someone and basically just, lift itself up as high as it can, and then just falls on them, and you hear an audible crunch of legs. Sorvast is kind of, sitting in the back, and, is looking over at Solder and is like, do you really not want me to do anything?
She hit the fan. Yeah, like, she's like, yeah, you can do something here.
Okay. He points, and the minion shoots forward. It runs up to a group of soldiers, and it explodes like a clutch of hand grenades. It's pretty brutal, just in terms like it's a pretty sizable explosion. It's comparable to Czar's, but there's no giant spider in the middle. So, and that's crits. Okay, there we go. Bubble, Soves, Pustoda, is, you can see in both of her hands she has these kind of these sort of clouds of they look like mirages, like heat mirages, and she's just throwing them at people. And you watch as she hits people, they start choking and falling to their knees. Definitely not having a fun time, to say the least. So I'm gonna that's 2 wounds there. One of them actually hits the slave cape. Another soldier goes down, and another guy goes down. Okay, fantastic. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Awesome. So, in fact, let's see here. That was Solder. It's your turn now.
Does the guy with his name is Laser Pointer? We're calling him that.
Yeah, laser pointer is still up, but he is staggering and trying to aim a laser pointer at all of you. The slave cape is still active though.
Wait. So, laser pointer man. So the laser pointer is not the cape, but the slave cape is shooting us.
Yes.
It's
very obvious he's trying to hit wherever the laser pointer is aimed, but his power just doesn't seem very accurate to begin with.
I'm just gonna grab the bow from Bubbles' duffel bag. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna get in front of Bubbles so that am I still stealth?
Yeah, you're all stealth to a degree. Like, you're not really risked of getting shot from the soldiers unless you kind of leave this area. Their attention is distracted with the minions, and the stealth definitely makes it harder. So, like, they have a very small chance to actually hit you, you think.
Yeah, I'm just gonna shoot the laser pointer man.
Okay, go. Give me another shoot at the laser pointer man.
Yeah, with just the bow that Actually, I think I'm aiming. I'm taking a turn to aim.
Sounds good.
Yeah, using the part of the aim action.
All right, and then the jam minion. The jam minion surges forward and attacks some folks, some nice folks. Not very nice, really, when they're shooting at us, are they? So that's going to take another soldier out, and it glances another soldier. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go back up to the top. Tina Duet's doing some fun parkour moves. That cape's already taken out. Or that, sorry, not that cape, but that person. Okay, actually, at this point, you've taken out quite a substantial amount of them. So, let's do this real quick. And yes, that's exactly what I expected. So, yeah, they start running. You can see that, yeah, the laser pointer guy is limping, along, and a lot of his other soldiers are, starting to get in the car and run. They are definitely getting in the car to try to escape. Rez, we'll go in your order. You're up first. What would you like to do?
Okay, so they're all basically fleeing, right?
Yeah, they're definitely fleeing. You've taken out about half of them, maybe more at this point.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't think it's really necessary to, shoot after them once they're fleeing, unless they're going for the trucks. Are they going for the trucks?
Yeah, they're going for the trucks. They're trying to take the truck to escape.
I'm gonna. I think you skipped over my turn.
Oh, shoot! Sorry, did I?
So it's the perfect time.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm gonna use my whip, and I'm gonna use lockdown. I'm gonna attack it and use lockdown.
Okay, fantastic. Well, yeah, that perfectly fits with the plan. So as soon as so it freezes the car up, and they, start getting out and running on foot, scrambling. They're dropping their weapons and just, booking it.
Is the slave cape still there?
Yeah, the slave cape has fallen out of the bubble and is like, just standing up, but doesn't seem to be moving.
I turn to Rez like, you're good with people. Maybe talk to him?
You turn to who?
Rez?
Yeah, I was
Ah,
thinking the same thing, as long as I didn't need to stop them, so... Rez is gonna make his way over towards the prisoner.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is he has to stop the effect in order to actually, talk to this person.
Yep.
So I'm just getting a picture in my head for a moment. So they're all leaving, so we aren't going to need this attention really, or the stealth. So does it seem about right that I wouldn't need to have the effect anymore? What do people think?
Actually, maybe let's see. Maybe one of the capes that's with us is also good at people, because like I don't want Behemoth seeing us.
True. Actually, how about this? I'll hold. Can I hold my turn until later on in initiative? Just let other people do their thing so that I can react to that.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess since I sort of called the plan, I think I'm actually going to go over and be like, he can't hurt me. Nothing bad will happen to me, right? If I just walk up to this man who was attacking me, be like, hey, are you okay? We didn't mean to injure you.
Yeah, there's no response.
Okay. How close am I to this person?
As close as you want to be.
Oh.
The willpower save is going to affect them too, also, with the DC of 3.
Yeah.
And failing by 2 loses a committed action instead of a partial action.
Yep.
Gosh, this man's so fucking spooky. We just need. Maybe you know what? I'm just gonna grab. Did the laser pointer man drop the laser pointer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the laser pointer and just point it off in a different direction and see what this man does.
Sure. He immediately raises his hands and starts blasting it.
aim at the truck. Oh no.
No, don't aim at the truck.
I assumed you aimed at something that wasn't important. That being said, though, I'm gonna need everybody. So as soon as you do that, he shoots out lots of different kinds. You see like a trail of acid. There's like some matter erasing thing. There's fire. There's a small bolt of electricity, and there's another electricity bolt here that's much larger than it should be. You all quickly realize that you can see Behemoth sort of on the other side of this, just barely, and you can see from the cloud of smoke he's off-putting, and there are bolts of lightning whipping out from him all over the area. I'm going to need everyone here to make an athletics roll. So this is a combined roll. So you're going to roll 1 dice, but you're going to apply both your athletics and dex modifier. However, there is a -1 for each point for if you have a significant metal item on you, or if your costume has a significant amount of metal.
Would I be able to
I am screwed, is what I'm hearing.
Would I be able to
Probably.
use the weld beforehand?
Probably not. This is kind of out of this one's probably out of the blue.
You said it was a minus what if you had
So if you have a significant amount of metal in your costume, it's a -1, and it's another -1 if you're holding a significant metal item, like a gun or a weapon or some kind. And then also your athletics and dex modifier.
Also, a Behemoth has a -6 to hit me, by the way.
Yeah, that doesn't apply to this.
Can I evade this?
What you're rolling right now. Yeah, you can add your evade skill. Any athletics or dex-based defensive skills can also be added to this.
And can I also use my perception pool?
Your perception pool. Sure.
Of dice. Yeah.
So
Okay.
what are we adding to this?
So your dex modifier and your athletics modifier.
Can you? My
Actually,
dex mod is
hold on.
negative.
Before anyone rolls, I'm gonna retract something I said there. The perception works, but skills don't. Just roll a dice and add your athletics modifier, your dex modifier, and a -1 if you have armor, and another -1 if you're holding. Sorry, not armor. Costume, and another -1 if you have a metal item. Just give me that. Sorry, that's a lot of modifiers there.
Wait, a modifier if you have iron in your costume, right?
Yes, a -1.
-1.
You rolled -4.
I know. I have a -4. -1 dex, -2 athletics, and I have metal bracers on my legs under her leg warmers.
Let's see here.
That's a 3 for me.
Tina definitely has some costumes, and
Time for us to all die.
so Tina's a -2.
Ugh.
You're not all gonna die from this attack. This attack literally cannot kill any of you, or all of you, I should say. Okay, so they're all fine.
Guts dropping to 1 means I have 1 less wound. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, it does. So this is a question of who rolls the lowest. And that turns out to be Bubble here. So
Yeah.
Bubble, I'm gonna need you to give me a defense roll. Yeah, go ahead and give me a defense roll.
Does it matter what kind?
No, it doesn't. You can make any kind of defense roll. I guess you couldn't make a riposte roll, but I don't think you're gonna try that. So
Don't have that ability. Okay. The defense rules are athletics and guts.
athletics to dodge, guts to defend, or yeah, to withstand.
Oof. Okay. Gonna have to go with guts. A 0.
Okay, yeah, so that's going to be a total of 2 critical shocks.
Oof.
Yikes! Yikes!
Oof.
Bubble just eviscerated.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't really think I'm not sure if you could physically roll well enough to actually survive that, because you're a guts roll with like what, minus
A -1
I-
currently. And then all the wounds stacking on top.
Yeah. So I think Bubble just kind of gets as it says on the tin, disintegrated.
Oh, God.
This lightning bolt just, it dances around the area, and eventually, yeah, just the amount of metal in, Bubble just attracts so much of it, and it just, goes over her, and you see, there's a split second where, her eyes light up, and all the hair on her stands up, and then she just explodes into dust and fire and just disintegrates.
Last facial expression, just a frown.
Perfect. So, that being said, though, Doth, you are not out of the woods yet. Czar has... I was going to say Czar has died, because he did take a significant amount of damage. But I'm basically going to let you choose... So you have the option between 5 potential PCs. You can play as Pustoda, Tina, Czar, Gus, or a new cape can walk onto the scene called Rasputin. Your choice.
Repeat
If
that.
So basically all of the NPC capes you have except Sylvest, or a new cape that you know nothing about called Rasputin. And I will hand you you'll get their character sheet. You will be able to fill in all of the blanks on it, and use that. So they're fully powered up, fully and I'll walk you through that.
cool. I'll take the new one.
Okay, fantastic. I'm going to send you a link to Rasputin.
Such a gruesome death. I didn't expect it to end that way for Bubble.
If we'd seen it coming, I could have maybe tried
Me
to minimize
thinking
it, but
we're all gonna survive this.
No,
The slave cape's attack to the chest was really what did me in here. Because otherwise I would have had so many bonuses to survive this.
All right. So I've put it in that thing. So what this has is all it has is power, luck, and a few personality tidbits. But everything else is yours to fill out. Stats, skills, everything else is free game. Costume too. You can have a tier, let's say a tier 3 costume. So feel free to read through this,
Okay.
modify what you want. But one thing I'm going to say is, so this is a thing that you will all know, basically, is Rasputin is a unique cape name in Russia. It is, lots of people take it, but because everybody wants it, taking it basically puts a huge target on your back. So there have been lots and
Florida,
lots.
man.
So there have been lots and lots of Rasputins, but they all tend to live only a few weeks at most. Because, again, it's a name everybody wants, which is ironic considering Rasputin was notoriously hard to kill the first time. That being said, we will basically say that Rasputin, kind of shows up towards the end of this so we can give Doth time to, figure out the stats here and there. But let's have the rest of you, kind of, what do you do in response to this? The cape that you were talking to, Sauter, hasn't moved a single muscle. Still has this bag over his head. Still is in these prison jump uniforms. The pieces of Behemoth are still nearby. But yeah, poor Bubble Trouble has been disintegrated. What do you all do?
Fuck. Bubble. Does Bubble have like a dog tag? Of some sort?
I don't know.
Bubble,
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Bubble doesn't usually carry any of that sort of stuff on her. Anything important to her was in her duffel bag.
How's the duffel bag looking?
Duffel
The
bag,
duffel bag?
yeah, duffel bag's fine.
Oh yeah. She's like disintegrated, but I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go over and grab the duffel bag and be like, "Don't worry, he'll be eating this in a couple of hours."
Since someone's keeping the longbow, there are 12 flaming arrows for use.
Flaming arrows? I have flaming arrows. We're fine on arrows.
You have more now.
Okay, sure. The crossbows will easily move. I'm going to hand off the duffel bag to someone and say, okay, we need to get everything into the teleporter now.
we should take the bag off the head of this cape and try to see if we can get them to, escape.
I turn to what's his face? Why can't I remember? I'm so bad at people's names. I turn to Sovis and I'm like, your book got anything about this man?
No. We're gonna have company. It's the good kind of company in a little bit. We should stay around here for probably 10 minutes. And yeah, that's all I can tell you.
Yeah, I'm gonna like.
But it doesn't mention anything really about him.
Yeah, I'm gonna like go over to like to the person with the bag and be like, "Can you hear me? Do you understand me?"
No response.
This seems like it's more trouble than it's worth.
We can at least try to remove the bag. It's possible that the bag is something different.
Does the bag look like Tinker Tech?
Nope. It's literally just a black bag like you'd see over, a POW.
Well, someone else can remove that bag because this seems like too much trouble for me. And I think I'm gonna.
I'm gonna get the. If you're not getting the duffel bag, I'm getting it.
No, not the duffel bag. I have the duffel bag. I'm talking about the bag on the cape's head.
Oh,
Also, while we have a second, I'd like to switch the attention effect to the damage effect.
Sure. Sounds good. So yeah, y'all just gonna wait around until and try to get the thing through the portal while waiting for whatever Soves says is gonna happen.
I mean, I don't think we're waiting for what Sylvester.
I think I'm gonna try to mess with the cape because I'm assuming that we're doing something here in the meantime, and I'm gonna see if maybe unmasking this cape is gonna help.
Sure. Yeah, you unmask him and you see it's kind of a chilling sight. The guy doesn't really have any eyes. He just has this large metal band over his face. And it's this large, prodigious sort of sticking out bit. It only sticks out, maybe an inch, but it's pretty noticeable. And it kind of reminds you of it reminds you of maybe like some character from a sci-fi movie, except that like those are usually like super clean and like elegantly built into like the face of like a cyborg or something. This is raw. Like the flesh around it is puffy and red and shot with really engorged veins. And you can also see right below it. There's kind of a spot, right where you would imagine the nose to kind of be halfway. You see a very large scar, a large circular scar, about the size of a knitting needles.
Does it seem like this cape's even like noticing me doing anything, or is the cape just standing there?
Yeah, literally just standing there.
It seems like they've probably done something to force this cape to comply. If we have any tinkers not doing anything, perhaps we could look at it if it's not too much trouble.
yeah. I'm gonna try to look at that.
You
It's
can
not
both.
with.
Yeah, you can both tell this isn't Tinker Tech. This is just
Oh.
barbaric.
Oh.
Medicine isn't quite within my field, but I can try something.
I don't think there's anything I can do, so.
Yeah. Is it something I could try to cobble something up to maybe lessen the pain? Maybe something.
Give me you could give me a medical roll, but but I imagine you're all pretty knowledgeable enough to guess that this, like, from the wounds on his nose, you imagine that this person has had a lobotomy. So,
Oh.
yeah.
Poor thing.
Laser
Poor
pointer.
thing.
Welcome, living cannon.
Mhm. Yeah, I was gonna ask, where's the laser pointer gone?
There's a gun on the ground that's fallen around. Yeah. You can find it, no problem.
I'd like to sort of inspect it and see if there's like other settings or something.
Yeah, there's on this back you see there's basically a dial changer. There's fire and there's walk.
Who wants to take control of this cape? I suppose I can do it since I don't have a weapon if no one else is willing.
You should take control of him. I will have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So let's see here. Doth, how are things going on your end?
I am looking for the equipment document.
Nice.
I can shoot you the link.
Please.
Alright. Wait a second. Yeah, there.
Would Doth, would you be good for me to do an introduction now? I think things are stalling a little bit, or would you like a little bit more time to flesh some stuff out?
Little bit more time would be nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm also need to grab a glass of water. So let's take like let's take like 5 minutes. So meet back up at 8:35 my time. I don't know about the rest of you, but 5 minutes. And we'll do stuff then. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Cool.
Okay, fantastic.
I've been doodling a bit in the off time for a character for one of the player in Bari. I'm pretty proud of it.
New things to draw. Bubble Trouble being disintegrated. Just on my list now. Light armor.
so how's it feel being disintegrated?
Let me tell you.
Yeah, it's I'm sorry that happened to Bubble. I could have fucking armored you, and then you would have lived.
See, I would have been fine if it weren't for the stupid slave cape.
Yeah,
Just
I had like an
me-
extra repair thing for armor, and I could have just given you that.
Had I even just been able to bubble, the bubble could have absorbed the lightning bolt or something.
You probably would have still taken damage.
I still would have taken damage, but
would have
it would have
survived.
been instantaneous movement, and the bubble would have absorbed most of the blow, probably.
Hang on. I was super dumb though. Before this whole fight even happened, I should have used a repair trinket on you and repaired your outfit.
She had no armor to begin with.
No, you made one of the most classic blunders. Only
Bubble
less
doesn't
less
carry
known.
armor. Her
Dude,
bubbles themselves fill her with that sort of confidence, considering they can take most blows. Like, she probably would have survived getting hit by that train if it weren't for the fact that the train exploded into radiation.
You fool! You've fallen to one of the classic
fallen-
blunders.
But
Only
yes.
slightly less known than getting in a land war in Asia.
Oh man, I have something specifically for this. Hold
Is
on.
on the line.
Armor was just
yeah.
when original Bubble was created.
The file name for this
She's
is when a
poor
cape
person.
comes within 32 feet. That's all I have to say. Sorry.
What?
It's cool. Bubble was much more useful here than I figured she would be. Lots of use for movement. And the stealth came in handy a couple times, just not against Behemoth. There wasn't a chance.
Yeah. Well, She lived as she died.
Yeah.
Without armor.
Fabulously and without armor. Yeah.
Oh, wait, hang on. Water for me too.
Nice.
It was the fact that she had armor at all that really killed her, though. If only that blast had been to the legs. If only it had been to the legs. Her partial armor would have absorbed it. Anywhere but...
I don't even think that my damage effect could have saved you there.
Had that blast been to the legs, her armor would have taken it. Her armor would have been just mostly gone. And she wouldn't have lost all of her stats. Because that was the kicker. The -2 athletics.
Yeah, that
from her
hit vital
baseline of a
is
+0.
is real rough.
The -2 athletics and the -1 to dex.
Hang on.
And just the fact that all of her defensive scores are a baseline 0.
God, this drawing feats hard. My fucking god.
Nice. Okay, well, we gotta give out time. I think we can do that. Okay, perfect. It is time. All right, how are folks doing?
I'm just getting some armor written out here.
Nice. Let us know when, because I'm going to jump right back in with meeting Elbrus and Rasputin.
So tier 3 armor, that's 3 superior armor qualities.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, cool.
So would moving around this slave cape be like an action?
In combat, it will be. Outside of it, it's just a thing. Yeah, but otherwise, it's an
Okay.
action to move them and an action to fire them.
Okay, so I can't use my power and also move them and move myself. So I have to choose: do I move myself or them?
Yeah. A little bit.
Okay.
Let me know, Doth, if you have any questions about Rasputin's abilities or anything along those lines.
He's my wife.
Will do. Now to look into defensive skills.
Honestly, I'm very glad I have 3 pips in evade, because wow, have those come in handy.
Yeah. I imagine they have.
Like with my power activated, I just roll up with my, 3h6 plus 1 evade.
Behemoth really gonna do a girl like that. Just erase her from existence.
Yep. It's unfortunate, but that is how it goes.
Behemoth, don't you know you'll never get a girlfriend like that?
Behemoth no
so-
GF.
A sadness of life. With Rasputin's power, right?
Yep.
One of the things allows you to attack with the gaseous limbs.
Yep.
Would it be with brawn or dex?
Your choice. They technically count as fist weapons, so either.
Cool. And then stamina is based off of athletic.
Bingo. Clark, have you seen any of the new fun updates that are coming to the system? Wildbow's been working on some fun stuff recently.
I generally don't pay too much attention to system updates because I only play Weaverdice with you. So,
well, that's fair.
but I hope there's some cool shit in there.
Nice.
I've been running like how many things am I running right now? I actually have to count. So I'm running that one. I'm running that one. I'm running that one.
Nice.
Am I running anything else that I'm forgetting? Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm running like 3.5 games right now, so I'm like kind of like.
No, that's fair. Hey, Doth, how's it coming?
I'm adding the skills, and that should be about it. Everything else takes just a second to type in.
Okay. I'm gonna jump in real quick, and I'll just introduce you towards the end because I want to make sure we get at least enough into the next objective that we don't leave on like too weird of a cliffhanger.
Coolio.
So the rest of your team, waits around a little bit, and eventually, you all see kind of just out of the blue a variety of small specks start flying together from like disparate directions. And these are like really small things, and they kind of just shoot together and slowly start forming up like someone's building a person out of like Legos, very fleshy Legos. A person who's standing there. It's a woman who you recognize as embryonic. She she has a costume that's protective, but there's lots of weird parts of it that show skin that you can obviously tell is probably related to how her power works. And you can see that she looks like she's covered in kind of acne scars. There's large parts of her that are kind of pocked and pitted. And she arrives, and then she kind of puts up a hand like she's trying to catch her breath, and then she kind of you see her vibrate, and suddenly there are 3 other capes there with her. One of them 2 of them you recognize as Siberian capes. Elbrus and Werdalak. Pretty famous. Elbrus kind of approaches, though. She has this costume that, it looks like a flowing sort of ball gown. Very impractical and makes her kind of, but it's styled up to make her look like, she is, in fact, a mountain. And she approaches and she says, all right, how are y'all doing? We got word from Priom that they hadn't heard from you in a bit. Who's in
I
charge
just like
here?
I'll say it's complicated. We're not really a traditional we don't have a traditional command, but I just point to the eviscerated corpse of Bubble and I'm like, that kind of happened. But I've been at least organizing combat shit.
Well,
Yeah, I'm afraid that we lost Bubble. We did find this cape here, and I point to the slave cape. They've been lobotomized, and they can be controlled with this laser pointer.
all these capes sneer and look, and their disgust is plainly written on their face. Oh my God, there's more of these fuckers. Ugh. You're not the only ones who have lost people. We've taken about 25% casualties from the amount of capes we've been flying in, but we're trying to change that. I'm Elbrus. Do any of you know how my power works?
No idea. Or rather, I probably heard, but it's been a while.
I need a refresher.
I make structures, change environment, large scales, but I need power for it. Massive amounts. Other powers work the best. If any of you want, it'll cost you a little bit, but at this point I've taken enough from so many capes that it kind of balances out. If you're willing to offer me a little bit, anytime you want it, call it in, and I'll see what I can do to help out with your current situation. I don't need to be anywhere close by. Even if you're half a city away, I can rebuild bridges, give you, craft trenches out of the streets, barricades, whatever you need. But it does require a little bit of something.
Is this something permanent?
No. Lasts until I give it back. I won't keep it longer than this fight.
So, out of character mechanics wise,
That's
could that be something like one of the effects that I could have or something like that? I'm just trying to understand how that would affect me.
one of which effects that you can have.
Like, say if I was like, okay, here's like one of the, like, say here's the atmosphere effect or something.
Oh, I see. No. She basically explains it's a lack of control. I need to feed into sort of your power itself, and my activation of it might cause unintentional activations. The way this will basically work is that if you roll a 1 on any use of your power, it'll go a little bit out of control, and if you roll a 1 doing other things, your power might activate unintentionally. Think damsel, but in a much smaller way.
What happens to a thinker?
Your power, your understanding of your tech is a little shoddy.
Can't have that happening right now.
Yeah.
If we want, I could sacrifice some of my effectiveness to get this advantage. I don't think it'd be particularly bad if my power were to misfire.
No. Not at all.
She nods and extends a hand.
I'll take it.
Sure. She shakes, and yeah, you feel a kind of thrum through your body, and your power feels it feels a little more prickly, as though the texture isn't it's a little hard. It's not a little harder to grasp, but when you do grasp it, it feels it's a little harder to hold on to. But yeah, and she flexes and she kind of waves her hand and you see a lot of the destruction in the area kind of start vanishing. Kind of like water filling in, holes in the ground. The cement and asphalt kind of patches up. Wood panels start becoming unburned and fixing to a degree. But it definitely seems to be good. Well, we're here dropping off capes to support groups. At the very least, Prim has a mission for all of you.
Which is?
Well, we've got an offer for a mission. So we need you to
Who?
the oligarchs.
Nods.
Now, usually, as you can imagine, we wouldn't be taking deals during this time, but, well, they're offering several $1 billion to get their family out of here. They live over in the Golden Mile, and, she reads off an address. We need you to get that. Apparently, they have connections at the Kremlin. It's just it's actually not that far. Just a mile up the street. But the way things are, the military is swarming throughout the area. There's people panicking, and Behemoth's heading straight for the Golden Mile. So we need you to get over there and get them out.
Okay, so maybe the Tinkers. Ivanushka, I have to repair some of my gear if I'm going to be useful against this thing. So perhaps I can stay back in the base with the Behemoth chunks and think up something, or we begin thinking up something. And you can be on point for this one.
That works for me. My gear's still top shape. Talking about that, do you guys happen to have any spare cell phones?
Embryonic, reaches in and, kind of looks at hers and hands it to you. I'm not going to get this back, but this is a burner anyways, so fuck it. That being said, our squads are taking a lot of hits, so we're trying to boost up their numbers as much as possible. We've got someone here for you. Then, she kind of nods to Rasputin. He'll be joining your team, and if we run into any more people, any stragglers from other areas that we need to shore up, let us know. Do you have any injured you need us to take?
No.
No.
Not majorly.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I don't suppose you have someone who can cure a lobotomy.
No, nothing like that. All right. And so in that case, the embryonic kind of absorbs the rest of them, and they take off. I am going to generate a map with your new location on it really quick.
Mm-hmm. So while you're doing that, can we have moved the Behemoth chunks to the base?
Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, that takes very little time at all, so don't worry about that.
And I think she's just gonna start looking over and be thinking of weaknesses. If there's any footage on what year is it? What year are we fighting Behemoth in?
Well, what did I say it was? It's like 19 something.
95?
Yeah. Yeah, I listed off all of the Endbringer attacks. There's only been 3 at this point. I should know this off the top of my head, but sue me. Yeah, 95.
Right. Well, awesome. There's probably a TV with footage going.
Yeah. So my question is, Sauter, what are you trying to do specifically?
I mean, she's got the 3 chunks of data on Behemoth. That's not an issue. So I think she's going to use those, and I think she's just like running it through her computer, and she's like, okay, what can I do to actually hurt this thing? Like, she's looking at also at like the body cam footage as well, and and maybe she's also like reloading her bow so she can actually use it again because it only
So to
has 3
actually
shots.
tinker, it's going to require a little bit more time than you probably have between now and when you need to get to this place, right? So Behemoth's. So I sent a map, and you can see where you are. That other blue dot is where you need to be, and
Yeah.
obviously red is Behemoth. So the
Yeah,
question.
she's staying back in base right now because she went on the last portion of this.
Okay, that makes sense.
So she's trusting that Ivanushka and Rezhisser and this new cape will be useful.
Okay. Do you want to take over another cape while Sauter basically stays back, works on her gear, and comes up with something?
She'll just be in reserve if they need to teleport her back in. She's gonna. I think she needs to start working on something that'll hit this thing hard.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what do you as a player want to do, though?
No, as a player, I think it'd be kind of cool just like stay back and like give like optics because like she has body cam footage from Ivanushka, so it's not like she's not present, but she's not useful unless she repairs her stuff anyways.
Okay, we'll do that then. All right, so then for the rest of you, Doth, are you good to introduce Rasputin yet, or?
Yeah.
All right. So I'll let you all get acquainted real quick.
Rasputin's a kind of tall guy, muscular, somewhere in his 40s. Blonde hair hidden beneath a military-style helmet, goggles on, kind of covering up his eyes. He wears a Kevlar vest, some like small armored braces and greaves just wrapped around, and then over top of all of it is just a large flowing cape sort of thing that wraps around him at the shoulders and opens up somewhere around like lower torso. And he is a polearm. Yeah.
So yeah, what do you all do?
I'm guessing we begin to make our way. I think.
So has Rasputin, have you like introduced yourself, or are you just like there?
He's kind of just there. He'll like walk up to whoever doesn't look busy, and just tap them on the shoulder or something, extend a hand for a handshake with just a hearty hello.
Hello?
It's wonderful to meet you.
Yes, it's good to meet you too. What was your name?
You may call me Rasputin.
Over comms, Sauter says, "Motherfucker."
Yeah, Rose is gonna raise an eyebrow at that just because, Rasputin. Well, what can you do, Rasputin?
Well, generally hard to kill, just a little bit. My limbs turn gaseous on getting hit. And overall, I am good with the polearm I carry.
Alright. Anything that can help us in the immediate circumstance of getting there.
Nothing to help with movement. No. I was told there was another cape who handled that.
I'm just gonna point to the area where Bubble Trouble once was.
To the
Not
puddle
anymore.
that is now Bubble Trouble. That formerly was Bubble Trouble.
Oh. He just scratches his head a little and like turns, puts both hands on his hips, and is like, "Ah, that's terrible," and
Yeah.
walks away to try and not make this any more awkward.
Riz is gonna call out after. If you have any unneeded metal, I'd recommend getting rid of it.
We
Looks
learned
at
that
really
the
large
hard
pole
way.
arm.
Well, I think we can't really waste much time dawdling. We should probably get a move on before Behemoth kills the people we're supposed to be saving. Should we make our way back to the van? We'll have to double back to the bridge.
I think we should make our way back to the van, if possible. It's at it's at the other side of the bridge.
Yeah, no problem. Sure. So, yeah, you all are able to make your way, there. It's a bit of a slog, trying to get through, but you can kind of see, as you get onto the highway and start making your way across that, it looks like some of the more higher end red gauntlet capes are definitely starting to show up. You can see what is the telltale signs of Elvis literally crafting like 20-story tall buildings right next to Behemoth and then collapsing them, causing them to fall on him. There's, a few capes flying around, and you see others, releasing all sorts of attacks here and there on him. But throughout all this, the military doesn't seem to have stopped doing pretty much anything of what it was doing. And so, like, as you all, are making your way across the bridge, you see up above you, another fleet of Russian planes shoot overhead and start bombing the area, and you see one of these flying capes actually takes a missile straight head on and just explodes. Um, you can see the capes actually have to start retreating under the military onslaught. And at the same time, you also see Behemoth lash out at the capes, and especially at uh, these military forces that are showing up. He lifts a hand and just smashes apart one of Elvis's new structures, sending chunks of building easily the size of small houses raining into the sky to take out these planes. But at the same time, you can see that a lot of these are going to also make their trajectory downwind towards you. So, what would you all like to do? You are trying to make your way across this bridge that is, has basically been abandoned by this point. There's cars on it, but very few people are trying to make through. What do you want to do?
How wide a spread will the debris end up falling in?
Let's see. This is a 6-lane highway. It's hard to tell at this point. You think that it's mainly going to hit a few key areas. These are big chunks. These haven't been like spread into smaller areas. So you think you can dodge out of the way or seek cover. You think? Yeah.
Okay, well, if we're in the middle of a bridge, we probably won't have much cover. So, should we run then? Are we thinking? I'm kind of feeling run.
I can make cover.
That's also a good option.
Is that it? Or are you going to make cover and hide behind one of the wells?
Yes, I'm gonna make cover, then use lockdown, and make cover, then use lockdown on it, then
Sounds
use
good.
a well.
I would also like to activate my power with perception and damage.
Sounds good. All right, everyone, go ahead and give me a defensive roll of some kind.
Do we get bonus from the 3 layers of
Yeah.
defense?
Let's see here. So we have. Yeah, I'm trying to remember how I did these in the past so I can be consistent. So you have you have shutdown, or you have lockdown, and the wells activated, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, most
Shutdown.
of these changes are going to be on my side.
Yeah.
So go ahead and just make your defensive rolls, and I'll factor in the changes on my side. You're looking to beat 5+, or sorry, 3+.
Beat it.
Seven.
Yeah, if you beat a 3+, you're fine. Absolutely fine. I got to roll for all these other people you now have on your team, though.
A 6.
Yeah, one hits Tina Duet.
I do have my damage effect active, so
Yeah, so that's
that will.
it's actually going into her armor, so yeah, it's not the worst. It's not a terribly huge amount of damage, but yeah. All right. Then yeah, you all, so as you deal with that, you see you're crossing this bridge, and you see up ahead at the edge, you see that there is a large group of military personnel that seem to be flagging people through and escorting people, trying to get them across the bridge. They're going up to people in their cars and telling them they're moving away from you, but they are military personnel kind of in that general area. So you'll need to either try to get past them somehow if you want to continue along the way you're going.
Quick, unrelated question. I just noticed this. Did we win our last fight? Because I'm looking at my power perk, and I was wondering if that would go into effect now.
Yeah, you did win your last fight. Yeah, we'll go ahead and say that's activated then. Nice. So yeah, you have this, this military group ahead of you. They don't seem to have noticed you. They're kind of just, focusing on getting people out. What do you do?
Should we just try to sneak around them?
We could remove all our mask, and no, we would need to remove our costume too. I think we could. Rezhisser, could you do something about that?
To help us sneak, or to do something
Yes.
to them?
Make us sneak.
Definitely. All right, yeah. So our plan is we're gonna sneak around. So I'll activate my power, touch all of them to make them immune, and the power will have sound and light,
Nice.
attention, and perception.
Yeah, I think with all of that, there's very little chance they could possibly ever see you. So that sounds like, yeah. So that sounds like, yeah, it's going to be no problem at all. So you're able to, sneak past them pretty easily with that, and you're able to get back onto the way you were on initially when you launched the the totem pole, and you're able to kind of keep going along that way until you eventually get back to your van if you want.
That seems good.
Yeah.
So you found your van. Obviously the other van is completely destroyed. You have to edge around. You actually have to go a little bit around to avoid the radiation, but that's like I mean, that's a short price to pay for not getting radiation poisoning. The others are kind of there. You don't have Czar, anymore. Kind of, getting uppity with you, and the others seem a little bit more content. But you do get the sense that Gus and Tina are, curious, curious how they're going to get transported since they don't have a car anymore, and it might be a little cramped to fit you all in the one van.
I don't think we have the choice. So, but like, how many of us are left?
There's
how many
8 of you in
us?
total now.
And a van can fit
Yeah.
5 easily.
Yeah.
Uh,
Gus is more worried about his minions. Do you want me to do anything with these?
Oh.
I can shatter my caterpillar and turn it back into,
we can send them home. I
Oh.
say as I drop the portal.
Of course. Why didn't I think of that? He kind of hits his head and sends them through. And Solder, you're greeted by a giant caterpillar about the size of a van, as well as a pair of butterfly swarms.
He's
Oh,
friend
wait,
shaped.
they brought me through.
No, they brought the minions to you,
Oh, okay.
so they don't have
Yeah.
to carry them in the van.
I'm like, you're gonna hang on. I grabbed the painting off the wall and I just put it in my workshop away from everything, and I'm like, all right, got a zoo in here.
Excellent.
Before the portal closes, I'm going to just turn to everyone and ask, all right, this is a very dangerous situation, I know. Is there anybody who is hurt badly enough or otherwise in bad mental condition to continue fighting? Let us know now so that we don't have to worry about saving you once we're out there.
Gus, Gus, Puesta, and the slave cape have all sort of taken damage to various forms. The slave cape obviously doesn't talk about it, but Puesto, says, I really, I don't know what that. I really want some iodine tablets sooner rather than later. I don't know what it was that I got hit with earlier, but I can fight. I can fight, but
I feel like that's something. I'm sorry, we use a lot of the portal, but again, that's something we would have at home. We have 2 tankers.
Yeah, I'm thinking what we could do is we could send 1 or 2 people back to the base while we drive, have them get medical supplies that we need, and then bring them back once we get to our destination.
Is there a town near your headquarters?
Is there?
Well, I would assume that we have some basic medical supplies in our base, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
I'm saying we have 2 tankers in the team. I would believe we would have anti-radiation things, and
Oh yeah.
so
No,
that
that's might be a little bit specialized, to be honest.
all right.
Solder's pretty good at not producing enough radiation for it to ever really be an issue. The issue there is usually heat. But Pustoda and Gus are fine heading back and getting a little medical attention and seeing what they can do, while you, Sovest, and Tina, and the slave cape, go in the. Does anyone want to name this cape that you've kind of taken? Slave cape sounds so derogatory. I feel bad using it.
Bane.
Sorry, what?
Antoine.
Bane.
Oh.
Hello, Batman.
Are there any other ideas on the table? Any at all?
Antoine.
Wild card?
I like wild card. We'll go with wild card. All right, so we got wild card here now too with you. Okay. So
Sorry about that.
no, that's fine. We needed the humor. Okay, so yeah, Pistoda and Gus head back to the portal and
I'm
do
gonna tell them to bring some burn cream if they can find any.
Sure, we'll see what we can find. You're not gonna get angry at us poking around your base, are you?
As long as you don't touch the painting and the swords, you're a-okay.
Okay, I guess they'll kind of default to solder and do that.
Yeah.
So the rest of you, you're So yeah, what is your plan? Are you basically just trying to make as quick of a path to the to this house as possible, or is there any other sort of plan for you?
Behemoth a healthy margin.
Yeah, no, that's definitely doable. So you're kind of So yeah, so in that case, you're kind of trying to figure out what's the fastest way there that also gives Behemoth the most distance. So and a lot of those streets are kind of blocked off by either military personnel or destruction. So there isn't a navigate roll. So whoever's driving, give me something appropriate or similar enough to navigate to try to get through the suburb, because you're in mostly a suburban area. There's lots of houses here, and as you get closer and closer to the Golden Mile, you're gonna see a lot more of them. But someone give me that roll to see how fast you can kind of get there.
Can I help in some way? Because like I'm in the base, and like I might have like a map of Moscow or something like that.
Yeah, Tinker Google Map.
Yeah, Tinker Google Maps.
You can give me a. Yeah, you can. That sounds good, actually. Go ahead. Do you have a data trinket, or are you just like using the internet, kind of?
I'm just using the internet.
Okay, then whoever wants to make the actual navigation roll can just get a bonus dice, I guess, which is my word for advantage because I come from Call of Cthulhu.
Who's driving?
That's a good question.
Vladimir
Any of
looks
you,
like a
any of you
driver.
could do it, or you could stick one of your allied allies on it. Whatever works for you.
What stats is it to drive? Concretely.
I'd probably say Dex.
All right,
Is
I'm not
Anybody
a
very
driver.
good driver? I'm just going to turn around and ask: is anyone a good driver?
Tina says, I can take memories from people we see of driving, but I'm just kind of a regular driver, right? I owned a car before all this.
Rasputin's like, my eyes are not good enough for it.
Rez will just sigh and take the wheel, also being a completely average driver.
Nice. Yeah, so go ahead and give me a dex roll, why don't you? With any appropriate skills you think might apply.
Okay. He's gonna try to be a little cheeky and activate his power for like just a moment. Well, I guess if he's continually driving. Yeah, I guess he's gonna activate his power while he does it, just to sort of allow himself to have a better idea of what's going on around the car.
Sure.
With perception and damage on.
Put on the radio. Start singing along, right?
Yep.
Awesome.
And so, okay, it was Dex. But you see, I have super secret cool power. So 3H6 driving. Let's go. That's a 6.
That's a 6. Nice. So yeah, you're totally able to get through in record time, especially with, a little bit of Solder's help there. Yeah, you pull up to the Golden Mile. You can see Behemoth in the distance, still getting attacked by a combination of the military and the capes. And well, it's safe to say that he is uncomfortably close. He is stomping through a residential neighborhood, basically making a beeline almost exactly for your position. In case you're curious, he is about less than half a mile from you at this point, probably.
That is far too close. You need to hurry.
Yeah. But unfortunately, so the Golden Mile is an actual place in Russia. It is basically the rich neighborhood of Russia. It is, a small segment that is insanely wealthy. And there are massive amounts of houses here that are just outlandishly expensive to the degree that, would, even in, America are honestly staggering. There's just, wealth on display here. These are, huge mansions that take up vast acres of land. And probably the people that inhabit this one neighborhood might make up somewhere in the realm of 10 to 20% of all of Russia's wealth, or might at least own it in some degree, even if they're not inhabiting it right now. But you're able to make your way through all these gated, houses, and eventually, kind of find the area. And you're kind of able to get out, and there's this buzzer at the front. What do you do?
Capes. we can just ring and say legit, just say caves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would add
Caves
to that.
for rescue.
We've been sent to rescue you. We have to leave now.
Yeah. You see some of the shutters up top, shoot open, and you see some people. And a short while later, the gate opens up, and lets you drive on in. And you kind of wait this a pair of very large gentlemen come out, with all the bearings of ex-military, and they immediately come up to the car, and they're both armed to the teeth. They have pistols on their hips, backpacks filled with ammunition and Kalashnikovs, and they come up and just say, you're the people hired by Red Gauntlet.
Yes.
Yes, and we need to go. Behemoth is very close.
I need you to open up the back. We need to take a look. Make sure there's nothing sketchy going on here.
All we have are a bunch of people that we've been using to fight this, and he's gonna get out of the car, go to the back, open it up. Oh, this was a bad decision, but he's already done it.
Sure. Yeah, they look inside.
What's in the back? I forgot.
Wild card.
Yeah, they look at Wildcard, and actually they seem far less concerned with that as anything else. They kind of look around, and they're mostly looking that you aren't they seem more concerned that you're not directly pointing guns at them. And then one of them nods to the other, and the other goes back to the house and opens the door and is practically dragging out what looks like 5 children by the nape of their neck. There's 3 girls that are probably somewhere in the range of 12 to 20, and two boys that look like they're probably in between each of the girls, and they're just manhandling them into the car and throwing them in with you. And behind them there's a man and his wife that are dressed very expensively, and they all have and everyone here has very expensive luggage that's just packed to the brim, and you can see that they're all just trying to they're dragging their feet. Their bodyguards are not, and just literally throwing these people into the back with you.
I'm gonna ask the team should we send them?
Sauter's just gonna go on comms and say, "Send them. I'll watch them. I can babysit." The data's fucked up anyways.
While that's happening, while they're dragging their feet, I'm gonna use my presentation to sort of urge them along and be like, "Hey, we need you to get over here now. Things are really dangerous. You have to be fast, or we're not gonna make it out in time."
I'm just gonna go outside. I'm gonna drop the portal and say, "Get in there instead."
Yeah, they all seem very hesitant about this, and the guards actually look at you and what the fuck is this?
A portal.
It'll take you out of the city.
Where to?
Our base.
It's safe, and it's away from this thing, which is exactly where you need to be right now. We don't have that luxury. We have to get away the old-fashioned way.
Give them the location. It's worth several $billion. They're gonna question us more.
I'm gonna give legit the address, but they probably won't know where it is. But I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah, they all definitely seem hesitant about this, and the guards are if they're going in there, I gotta go. We're gonna have to go with them.
Go.
All right, and so
Rasputin's would you like one of us to go through first to attempt to reassure you that it actually works?
There's nothing you can do that can reassure me. You're fucking parahumans. Don't you dare fucking touch them. Just get up. Just do what you're gonna do and get us a fucking Kremlin now. And yeah, they all go into the portal, and Sauter, your small zoo is now accompanied by 7, a Russian oligarch and his family of 7, and 2 very finicky, or actually just one of them. The other one's gonna stay behind with you because he doesn't trust you, and you get that sense very apparently.
Yeah, I think I have my helmet on as to not alarm them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I I'm going up to them and I'm like, all right, we're setting your luggage in this corner. Do you have someone coming to get you from here?
No, there's a helicopter. There's a helicopter at the Capitol that the president's taking his supporters with him out of the city. We need to get there now.
Why do you need to get? You're safer here than on that helicopter. You're out of the city already.
Fuck you. One of the sons just straight up swears you and basically heaves his bag at your face. Don't you fucking tell me what to do, you subhuman scum.
We can't hear this, can we?
Yeah, you can't hear this. This is just for solder. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
but for those of you outside, you are running into a very different problem. There are now a large group of people at the gate of the house, and the bodyguard is pointing his gun at them and basically telling them to leave. And you can see out. It looks like other people from around the neighborhood have started to gather out and are saying I have money. Please help me.
I'm gonna go outside and say, clap my hand and say, 10 million seems like a reasonable sum, right?
Oh fuck yeah, it does.
10 million per person. I'm getting you out of there, out of the city.
You see some people start holding up like platinum credit cards and platinum and black credit cards and being and checkbooks and being like yes, please take my kids and try to pass their children over the gates. And you can see in the background Behemoth is even closer now. He's walking
We
he's
don't
moving
have
towards
time.
you can feel the heat from it.
We do not have time for this. We need to go right now.
I'm
We can
gonna
move these people
just
out of
gonna
here,
yeet
but
the portal and say, like, yeet the portal, activate it,
we
and
can't
say,
control
toss me
this
your
many
cell
people
phones.
in our base.
What?
We can't take all these people to our base. We can't control this whole mob.
I'm moving like the portal outside. Like I'm like, oh shit, and I grab the portal and I'm like, I'm moving it outside. I'm like, okay, they're gonna come outside at least.
Okay.
Should we do that? Should we collect a
Yes.
shit ton of
We
people?
don't have time. Send more capes through too, so that way we can always do some crowd control.
We're gonna have to move the base anyways after this, so we might as well.
I'm just gonna like activate the portal and yeet it, and say you better pay up. And let anyone enter.
Yeah, a lot of them are saying yes, and they're all streaming through the portal. There's probably about 20 people in total that are moving through. And yeah, so who is in the car and who is in the house?
I am probably going to go through the portal just for crowd control.
Fair enough.
Because we need crowd control help, probably.
Mm-hmm.
So Solder and Rez, you're there?
Who else? Two of the other capes went through, yeah?
Yeah, to grab pills and shit.
Yeah. So maybe they're still on my side.
Oh yeah, okay. So let me double check this to make sure I have it. So there's Rez, Solder, Gus, and who do we say? Or well, the minions went over. Did we say who of the others went over? Or it was it was Pistoda and Gus. Okay, I got it. Sorry about that. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, Gus and Pistoda are like, what the fuck are you doing? Who are all these people? And Gus
they paid us a lot of money.
Pistoda, seems to not even give a shit. Gus seems to be like, how much money? And Pistoda's like yelling at people, telling them to get back. People are, have they actually given you this fucking money?
And I'm like, all right, now that you're all safe, she like kind of like claps her hands. Money.
Give me a social roll.
I think you could use your do we get a roll because of our capability to just eat them back? A bonus.
If you actually started eating people back, maybe, but probably not just yet.
All right.
Yeah.
While they're fishing around for money or whatever they're doing, because let's be honest, they probably don't all have the money. They probably mostly don't all have the money. But I'm gonna start basically telling them to be calm. We're here to help. Sort of explain the situation. And as I'm saying this, I'm activating my power with perception, damage, and attention on.
Sure.
And as I'm doing it, I'm going to touch my allies and make them immune.
Sure. You can make your presentation roll, and if you succeed, then Solder, you get a bonus dice to what you're doing. Yeah. Let me know how you do, Solder.
Okay. So and so doesn't Rez have to roll first? So
Yeah, Rez has to roll first, but after that, then it's you.
4?
4 is good. Yeah, 4 works.
all right, and she's gonna say, all right. I know it's been a very difficult day for everybody, but you're safe now, and we're just hoping to get it paid for our services. You have to understand, it's a very exclusive club you are in, and you do not want to be in the unexclusive club, pointing back to the portal. I'll take a 4.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't seem to get them. Like this woman, comes up to you, who's wearing, mostly American clothing that is just like just stupid expensive. You can tell from the brand names just plastered all over, and she's like, "We are not safe here with you. If anyone if anything, you need to get out of here."
Fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Meanwhile, let's jump over to the people who are in the direct path of Behemoth right now. What are you all doing?
As soon as I hit the portal, I'm just gonna fucking command to start driving. Like we got 200 mil. We got like 10 million at least from that move. We can go away.
Nice. So
Everyone in the truck, let's go.
So you're driving to get out of here?
I'd want to.
Okay, Ivan, you're the one driving though?
No.
Oh.
Who was driving? I forgot.
Rez was.
I was driving, but I have also left the gun.
Who is good? Doesn't have negative dex? I should ask.
Tina can drive. Tina or Sorvest can both drive, no problem. But they won't. They might not be. They might not be as good as either of you.
Rasputin has a negative to dex.
Yeah, I have negative dex also.
So yeah, probably Tina or something should drive.
Tina jumps in the front and is like, "Fuck this! We got to get moving." And you can see the paint on the outside of the van start peeling and popping from the heat. And you can see in the distance, Behemoth is, he's still fighting a lot of the other capes. You see, he is just, pretty much, the smoke around him is glowing with fire, and he's, reaching out, and, he's aims just off down the street, and you see, 5 houses go up in flames as, this torrent of fire washes over them. And, Tina just, slams on the gas, and, the whole car, jerks, hard, and you all go, inside or set flying as she, peels out of this, this house's driveway and just, starts booking it down, heading north towards the government buildings. There's you hear this massive sound, and the whole ground shudders, and you see the ground ahead of you crack. And you see her coming up against the one of the more famous Russian cathedrals, the Cathedral of Christ the Savior. And it's this beautiful, iconic building. And as you're, it's kind of on this elevated area, and just as you're coming down it, the whole thing just shudders, and the half on your side of the street just collapses towards you. And so Tina has to do some driving rolls here.
Can I Google Map assist her from inside the car?
This isn't much navigating as it is trying to avoid the debris of a collapsing several hundred-year-old church.
Fair.
That being said, she does very well, so well that those in the car only suffer a lesser bash. So if you're in the car, go ahead and suffer a lesser bash really quick. Let's see. That's not you, not you. Sovest, yes. Wildcard, yes. And Tina herself, of course.
All right.
A lesser bash?
Yep, a lesser bash for Rasputin and Ivan.
All right.
Oh, yes. But wait.
Immunity to lesser wounds.
That's correct. You are immune to lesser wounds. So you're fine. You're fine. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the house, Sauter, Gus, Fustoda, and Rez, you all have a very irate crowd of anti-parahuman oligarchs and their families squaring down at you, as well as a man who is currently holding aiming a Kalashnikov at all of you. What do you do?
Yeet the guard.
Oh gosh. Just like wait them out. Like, well, they're outside, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's outside at this point.
Okay. You'll go back through the portal when it's safe.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue using my power and also just my performance thing to just try to keep them all under control.
Sure. Yeah. You can give me another presentation attempt. Yeah, go ahead for that. You're looking for a pretty high though on this. You're probably gonna need a 6 or higher.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a
there are you can tell these people are honestly deathly afraid of you. There's women clutching their children. There's a lot of the men are coming forward and keeping their distance between you and their family. The bodyguard is obviously glancing over and kind of trying to decide what to do.
Is this a new turn? I assume it's a new turn, right?
A new turn?
Yes, since I've...
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's a new turn. Yeah,
totally. I'm just doing it for my power and stuff.
Right,
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Going for the big rolls. The 4H6. Okay, that's a 6.
Yeah, so you're able to get them to, kind of stand down, and one of the men comes forward and says, kind of says, he goes up to the bodyguard and says, lower, we have no idea where they are. They probably didn't tell us the truth about where they're going. This is probably, the complete other side of, fucking the fucking country. We can get out of here, no problem, but we need to stay away from them before they infect us.
We can send you back as soon as it's safe. Our allies on the other side are, moving to a secure location so that we can bring you back, where you will not be killed by Behemoth.
You better. When me, one of them, start. Then a lot of them start saying, their positions, and how people will notice that they're gone. That you apparently have a few people from the the government interior ministry, and there's definitely a few people who are the head of oil magnate companies, and these people generally seem afraid of you, and definitely afraid of you've heard this a few times now, but one of the sort of views on parahumans that is more common in Russia is that the parahumans are an infection, mostly, almost entirely because one of the first people who saw Scion got powers. So there's this belief that you can get powers and become a parahuman by being too close to them. So, yeah, there's definitely a fear of that, and people are definitely giving you a wide berth.
Does anyone mention the Elitnaya?
No, at this point, the Elitnaya, they actually come about after this event.
Oh, oops.
As a response to this, what the wild card is sort of the prototype of that whole program, but yeah.
Ignore my backstory.
No worries. Yeah. So what is there anything else you people at the do? They're you've kind of succeeded in getting these people to quiet down, mostly because they're afraid you're going to kidnap them or just never send them home or infect them. So
I'm
guys,
just gonna continue to calm them down.
Pastoda's actually seems kind of super angry and she has her hands filled with power at this point and looks about ready to start throwing them at people.
Oh, I'm just gonna grab her and be like, "Come on, let's go inside and get you a soda."
Fuck that! These people are the exact reason. These are the exact fucking people. The reason me and my SO have to fucking run and hide.
Hey, and I was like, I think I turned the tint down on the mask, and I'm like, I totally understand where you're coming from. You've heard of their positions. This is not something we want to fuck with. You're getting paid money.
This is exactly what I want to fuck. You're a mercenary. I'm not. I spend my life fucking with people like this because they're people like this.
That's great for you, but you're in my house, yes?
She doesn't say anything, but you can.
Let's go back inside. Let's go back inside. Get you something to eat. Maybe you're probably just hangry.
What?
Long day.
Fuck you. And she goes inside, but she goes inside with you.
Yeah. And
nice.
She's just like looking at the computer, and she's like, "This data doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like corrupted or some bullshit."
Let's jump back into the people in the van, shall we? So you actually are able. So Tina isn't a good driver, but she is absolutely a fast driver, and she, is basically veering between cars, trying to get down and get closer to the Kremlin, which isn't as packed. There's a lot of cars that have been pushed off to the side. It looks like by more than a few that are actually like half flattened. And you quickly realize why as you get closer, and you see that there is that I'm on Murakonova Street, kind of right in front of the Vladimir. It's sort of the statue right outside the Kremlin. Sort of the western half of the Kremlin. You see that there is a massive blockade of what is probably 30 T-80s. Just arranged and pointing in the direction of Behemoth, and
I'm sorry.
Firing.
What are T-80s?
I assume those are tanks.
Yes, these are. These are. Sorry. Yes, I'm trying to use authentic Russian terminology. No, that's a T-800. That's a something completely different. One of these bad boys. About 30 of these are just sitting there firing in the direction of Behemoth, in not very well disciplined order. Like they're kind of just going off, whenever the loaders are obviously able to reload. And the sound is deafening. You cannot even hear Behemoth at this point, just because these are all here. But the only way through is going to be somehow to get through here, and you actually cannot drive, and it doesn't look like you can drive through very easily unless you want to pass through one of the sort of side areas. So what do you want to do?
I'm gonna assume none of us has the ability to just throw a tank.
Silva says, I could probably deal with a few of these, but there's a lot of them.
And
I don't know. Wildcard might be able to deal with a couple extras.
If we got rid of one, we could just slide right through.
I can do that, but are you sure you want me to?
Would we rather take a side street?
We'll lose time, and the fastest way will take us closer to Behemoth. Not by much, but enough that I don't think any of us are super comfortable with that.
I think we don't have choice then.
All right. So you're asking Sylvest to deal with one of these tanks?
Yes.
All right. Sylvest, you all stop and you open the back door, and his minion, kind of spider walks out, then just dashes forward, runs into a tank, explodes. It reappears next to him, runs out again, explodes again, and he basically just does this 3 times in rapid succession, having his minion go and explode until, this tank, basically flips over. And Tina, just steps on the gas and, tries to move forward. And all of you can see, as this is going on, all of these tanks start, swiveling and turning as best as they can. Some of them just, can't because of the positioning they're in. But more than a few start turning and trying to track your car. So let's see. This is kind of Tina's ballpark again now. So let's see how well Tina does on this. All right, that's that one's a little bit less good there. I'm gonna need everyone in the vehicle to give me a defense roll of some kind.
Would I be able to? Would I be able to use drop table?
Inside the vehicle, you might be able to use it to just protect yourself, but I don't think you'll be able to protect anyone else.
I'm such a dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
None of us have the automatic 6 remaining, do we?
No, none of you have any automatic 6s remaining.
A sadness.
Although, you could ask for some help from Elbrus.
What's her power?
Is this something that can be dodged, or does it have to be withstood?
Either or.
I'm gonna
It's either
try
rolling with the punches. Basically one of these tanks doesn't exactly hit the car, but hits very close, sending, basically, causing the car to definitely, skid out of control. And, there is a risk that, someone's gonna, dislocate a shoulder,
Break something.
break something
Gosh darn
from
it.
a tank, from a car being thrown by a blast from a tank.
A 7.
7. Nice.
5.
And a 5. Okay, so you're all good. The only one who isn't good is Tina, who, head, smacks straight into the flipping windowsill, and, blood, just completely, obscures, the windshield. And, she, with one hand, she's trying to draw, smear it off, with the other, she's trying to drive forward. And eventually, she pulls up even farther until you are, up ahead at the basically one of the front entrances of the Kremlin, the Kudafita Tower, one of the kind of main. Normally, this area would be jam-packed with tourists, kind of getting a view of one of the main entrances to the government building, but that is not the case right now. Instead, there are you can see outside that there is a series of military personnel, and they all immediately start training guns on your car. So the question is, what do you do now?
This is where we are supposed to drop the nobles, right?
Yeah, this is the area they asked to drop the oligarchs.
I'm.
We can just throw out the portal and let them come out, yeah?
I need to talk with them first.
With who? The oligarchs or the
The people who are pointing guns at us, assumedly.
No, the words. I think that we should find a way to mark the oligarchs to assure they'll pay us. But I think that's gonna be hard, to be honest.
I'd rather they be out of our. I mean, I think some of them definitely handed us like platinum and like credit cards.
Yeah,
And shit,
people
so,
handed you credit cards. There were some people who were going to write checks, but they haven't actually written checks yet.
Mhm.
And at the very least, like Red Gauntlet's going to take care of the billions or so that that at least one person promised.
If you knock out the guard who came through to the other side of the portal, they definitely feel much less safe and much more willing to pay.
Yeah,
Also very upset.
Where they're just going to pay if they want. And like she's like talking away from the crowd so they don't hear. Like they'll pay if they pay. They gave us a bunch of credit cards. That's still a fuckload of money. I'm fine.
All right, I'm gonna like get close. There's people guarding the thing, right? The building.
Yeah, there's people, saying, who are you? Identify yourselves.
We're here to deliver those oligarchs. I say I'm gonna very slowly reach into my pockets and pull my thing and throw it on the ground, like right in front of me.
Sure. They are all pointing guns at you right now, so.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna say slowly, this is a portal. They're on the other side. Is it all right if I open it?
Stay where you are. Put the hands behind your head. Get on your knees.
I'm gonna slowly do that and watch if they try to move.
Yeah, they're moving towards you. You see, one of them fishing out, zip ties.
I'm gonna open the portal and I'm guessing I have a remote.
Yeah, you can activate it remotely. That's no problem.
Yeah, I'm behind it, so that way if they shoot into near me, that's gonna go into the portal.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you do. The portal opens. And so where is the portal on the other side exactly? Outside at this point?
Yeah, it's outside, like just like on the front lawn, and they're all like hanging out. The portal's turned off, and
Sure.
Sauter's actually inside, so I think it's actually Rez that's dealing with these people now. And I think I just like sent a message like, Rez, open the portal.
All right, I will do that. And I've been using my power pretty consistently, so I imagine the DC is ridiculous by now.
Yeah, these people aren't able to pay attention to much of anything. They're kind of just aimlessly around there. That said, this portal opens up and almost immediately. Wait. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I would no, I didn't mean to wait. That was more of a dramatic flair because I was about to say, as I open up the portal.
Yeah.
All right, everybody.
So
drop your wallets and come through in a single file line.
So the second the portal opens, the soldiers immediately start firing. They have no, they start shooting, and yeah, a bunch of the bullets go straight through the portal. And you see, gunfire, definitely, clips a few of these oligarchs, and they start backing up and panicking.
Damage is active.
Sorry, what? Oh yes, damage is being impacted. Good thing. So
yes. Actually,
it's much less significant than it would have been. But people are still getting clipped by damage-reduced bullets. So yeah, what do you do, Ivan? You're there, Tina, Rasputin, and Sovest are, in the car, Tina's still trying to wipe the blood out.
You're shooting at the oligarchs.
They just keep shooting, they're aiming, and you see them moving, trying to, flank you and get around the portal.
Rasputin?
I'm such a dumb motherfucker.
Rasputin grabs his halberd or glaive. He grabs his glaive and stands behind the car, ready to take on anyone who comes at Ivan.
There's a dude who stayed behind with us, right?
Yeah, there's a bodyguard who stayed with us.
I'm gonna yell at the bodyguard to tell them to stop fucking shooting.
and he is getting out, and he is he seems pretty confused. He's yelling, "Don't shoot at the portal! There's people in there! Don't shoot at the portal!" But he doesn't seem to care at all about you.
They also don't. Would they know he's human instead of a parahuman?
He's not wearing a costume. That's probably a bigger giveaway than anything.
You are right. I forgot about that fact.
Fuck. I'm gonna use a drop table in front of the portal to lessen even more the area.
Sure thing. Yeah, you're able to do that. People, in the back, kind of haven't really noticed the damage as much, and so, they're kind of, going through the portal now a little bit. And when they do that, the soldiers kind of see what's going on, and start moving in to intercept and see who they are. I'm gonna kind of move forward a little bit because of time constraints here, and say that Rasputin and Ivan, you're able to kind of get into the car clumsily, getting back in, and as Tina floors it and keeps her head down as she drives away. You're all getting shot.
Tina's still injured.
Yeah, she has this really big gash on her forehead that's gushing blood, and she's trying to clean it out of her eyes as she drives, and she's swearing the whole time.
It would be for Ivan or Rasputin to drive instead.
Yeah, as soon as
her wrap herself up or something.
As soon as people finish going off, I'm gonna take the portal. We're gonna drive maybe 5 minutes away.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna drop Tina off in the portal.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, so you're able to drive, you're able to drive up a little bit and get, further, up to the Kremlin and find an alleyway you're able to sequester your van in and kind of hang out there, between two buildings. That's no problem at all. We're gonna kind of end here, with these oligarchs having, filed out, and having to deal with that and the portal and all that shenanigans.
They dropped their wallets and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, some of them dropped their wallets. Not as many as you would have liked. Definitely not everybody paid, but you definitely have a few platinum cards that you can hopefully sell before they get canceled. And at the very least, you should have some portion of $1 billion coming your way.
Yeah, Tinker, we did any
The
person.
other thing to consider is some of them also had children who would not be able to pay themselves.
Yeah,
So charge extra.
Blackmail is always an option.
Yeah, but we have names. We have names. Motherfucker, you didn't pay.
There were about 20 people. We're making our.
Oh yeah, they did say who they were and where they ranked.
Yeah,
true.
We recorded. Oh wait, I got the body cam. The body cam took footage, so we can totally just go find and blackmail these motherfuckers later.
I'm gonna talk to Tina, and I'm just gonna say I'm very sorry for your injury. You're gonna get enough money that you will forget about that.
God, I fucking hope so. I live in a van not much bigger than this one. Jesus Christ. She's kind of wandering. You think she might have a little bit of a concussion. It's kind of hard to tell, but at the very least.
So what's the rotation looking like? We're getting Tina out. Who's coming in?
I think I'm coming in with my computer now that everyone's out. Actually, we need someone from the team to stay in the base. Rez, are you fine staying in the base?
I mean, we got NPCs in the base.
Well, I'm gonna table this conversation because this is a great conversation to have next time once you figure out what your next objective is, probably.
Got it.
Because we're kind of approaching the 10 p.m. mark, which I think is probably a good amount of time.
Yeah.
So we got through another 2 objectives. Obviously oligarchs and dealing with the Endbringer pieces. How are people feeling?
Good.
So we traded a player character for an NPC who we can control and $1 billion. No offense to Bubble Trouble, but I think that's a small upgrade.
Dude, it's getting late for me, and I can tell it from my shitty fucking plan.
What time is it where you are right now?
It's like 1 a.m.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry to keep
Pulling
you up
the-
so late, but we appreciate y'all being able to make it. If any of y'all want to dip out now, that's fine. Yeah, I think my only question, I think I have a few questions, just in general about, how do we feel, does anyone have any feelings in particular about how this session went in, maybe comparison to the last one, or anything they felt that occurred here that was a little bit different?
Hooray,
God.
someone died.
Fuck Behemoth.
Yeah, Doth. So yeah, I mean, this is our first, player character death. I was curious, kind of in the system of how that went, and then how we got you a new character. What are your kind of thoughts on that? Because I want to make this, because I have the squad there and all these backups, and I tell the GMs in the thing to do that because I want to make that sort of, even if your character dies, you can still keep going. So I'm just curious, if that system seems to be working well, now, or just try to get your feedback on that.
Definitely just having extra characters with the powers available for someone to take, or even in some cases like unpowered characters would be interesting. Just
Right.
the extra characters available to take, just so you're not like, oh gosh, I'm done, I guess I'll sit and listen.
Yeah.
Definitely a wonderful thing. The switch out was fast enough. The 10 or so minutes to fill out the actual character, just the name, short description, and some items and stuff.
Right.
That all wasn't bad.
That was something I was kind of going back and forth on because, it's your character. I want you to have, a level of control over it, so I didn't want to fill out too much of it, but I wasn't sure, so.
But I think Weaverdice is a simple enough system that like
Weaverdice is simple enough. Filling out a character, the thing that took me the longest was actually just skills, because I don't have them all memorized. I had to go through and read all the ones I thought would actually work for this.
Yeah, I feel like the rest of it's pretty basic, and the only thing that would be particularly time consuming is, power and skill. So, for the sake
personality
of time
can be
that,
done on the spot.
Yeah.
Weapons can just be copied and pasted in the proper tier. Armor can be copied and pasted in the proper tier. The hardest part is usually just descriptions for the character and their armor and stuff.
Right. Okay. So we learned a lot about Rush's opinion on parahumans in this chapter. Yeah, not good. Definitely making yeah. That's a really interesting thing about Russia. I think it'd be interesting to play more in this setting because it's a very interesting sort of dynamic, I think.
Well, we're definitely gonna blackmail some motherfuckers.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
I mean, I got my tinkering budget for a short while, like at least a week, a month perhaps.
Yeah. I don't know. Were there any other thoughts on how things, went here? This one was a little bit different because, it was kind of more focused on, that other sort of stuff, introducing some of the other capes and elements. I think in general, I think it might be me. I don't know. I'd have to double check with Sleeping Beluga and how their session went. These can definitely seem to take a good amount of time.
Yeah.
That's definitely a success, roughly, yeah.
Itaro, I must say, your fucking teleporter trinket is probably the MVP.
Yeah, it's the fuck.
by
Like
far.
thinking about, I need to remake because I only have 2 left.
We've got
We have been burning through, and damage very likely with what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like-
As a quick question, can everyone list off how many moderate and lesser, how much damage they've taken? Just really
I
quick.
have a lesser wound.
Okay.
One lesser wound.
I'm also at a lesser wound, though I've taken 3 points. I've canceled out 3 moderate wounds throughout this whole thing.
Okay, yeah, because you have the
Yeah,
weird arm stuff.
Bubble took 4 moderate wounds and 2 criticals
Yes.
in
Yeah.
that short period of 2 turns.
Yeah,
It was
Just rub
also
some dirt on it.
with a 0 and a -1 for my defensive rolls.
yeah.
It's gonna fucking suck when I die.
Just
I wish I could say things are gonna get easier, but well,
nope. Yeah, I figured maybe if Bubble died, there would be something left. Just,
well, if we got a radiation attack or a fire one, there might have been something left to bury, but yeah.
just ashes and a duffel bag. I guess the best funeral she gets is her duffel bag.
Yeah. I mean, she comes complete with a coffin already, so there you go.
Dump the ashes in
Oh
the
no.
Yeah,
Well,
so
I think I used a duffel bag to like build something to throw at Behemoth.
Yeah.
As a last kind of fuck you to Behemoth.
there you go.
Just attach it to the arrow for the bow. Give him
Oh,
a good
did we
fire
figure out
bat.
anything with the end?
What?
We got the chunk of Behemoth.
Yeah, we got the chunk of Behemoth. We got the data. We also have 3 blocks of data on Behemoth, which means I know how to fight Behemoth
At
a
least
little bit
better.
Though, like, considering that I know there's like some weird properties to Endbringers and like Thinker powers, which
Yeah.
this sort of is, it might not be as helpful as it normally would be.
It's going to like. It's going to be like if you were to try and fight 1v1 Behemoth, like Armmaster did with Leviathan, you would probably get your ass handed to you, even if you had a really good battle simulation, because like Behemoth would just become stronger for a second and just kill you because you didn't expect that.
It also just gives her like a weird kind of insight into how people work. So like, say if we wanted to throw something big at Behemoth, it would just be a little bit better at specifically Behemoth.
So one thing I'll ask really quick is, this it might just be a difference between like, the fact this isn't a book, but do you feel like there's a good enough attention on, the Endbringer itself? That's one of those things I'm trying to balance is, there's obviously a lot going on that isn't Endbringer related, so I don't want to like constantly be cutting back to the Endbringer. But like, does that feel like
Behemoth.
do we feel like we're fitting a good balance of that, or I don't know.
I personally think it's a good balance. Like he's always there in the background, but we're doing stuff that like doesn't always involve it. Like he's there because it's important to like change your action depending on where he is. But like he's not the center of things usually.
And
I
I
think-
that's probably a good thing, just because our group is not somebody who can really do anything to Behemoth.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
it's
The
kind of
focus should be less on Behemoth than like more like what you've been doing, where it's things happening because of Behemoth and around Behemoth, but not necessarily Behemoth, unless we come real close to him, because we're not gonna actually be able to do anything to him. If we get close, we're cooked. And if we stay far away, we're still cooked, as we saw, just different.
Okay, nice. All right, thanks. I think that's really helpful. Just trying to think through a lot of this sort of stuff, and really make sure the tone feels right. Of being a feeling like an Endbringer fight, but not feeling like you're fighting the Endbringer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I really appreciate all your feedback on that. I mean, if that makes sense, that's a really weird way to say it, but Yeah, well, if anyone thinks of anything else, let me know. Otherwise, I think, Clark, let's count it down and we'll stop our...
I'd stopped recording like 20 minutes ago.
Never mind then. Then I'm going to stop recording right now.